lines of like you don't have special guns and you don't like get to play with a tesseract and fuck up the world kind of thing. Basically, what's happening in this world is reality occasionally breaks and tears open, and things escape from beyond that reality into our world.
So it's like The Witcher. Like the planes have converged and occasionally stuff slips through.
I was thinking more like Oblivion,
Oh, okay. So like a Deidre
um,
gate opens up.
but in a modern world, and the things that slip through are just all across the board. It's not like in Oblivion where it's like always the Daedra, and this it's like sometimes it's to one realm, sometimes it's to a different. You never know, and it's your guys' jobs to deal with it in whatever way that works. Sometimes the gates, I mean, all the gates always close by themselves, and basically you guys are the containment force where you try to minimize the damage that whatever gets through
So we
does
hold
to
the
the
line.
right.
Okay.
So you basically um,
Okay.
you're stopping everything from getting and destroying the city. However, the fun thing about the fate system is basically we build the world together. So this map, um, you guys kind of get to choose things. What you do know is this right here. Wow, I went from orange to green all of a sudden. That was disgusting.
Wait a minute.
Mm.
What is this a map of?
A
It
city.
looks like the north. It looks like the northeast, kind of.
It's a real city, but I'm not going to tell you what city.
I
Am I in the right region?
I was just
I'm not
curious.
even remote.
I was just curious because it was starting to look like DC for a second.
Not DC. Nowhere in the United States.
Oh, okay. Well, then I got nothing. So,
Where is Fallout 4 set?
Boston.
Okay.
you know, the Hellgate. Why do you think it's like that?
Oh yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're going to build characters. Characters are pretty easy to make in this game. So basically, what you do is you'll go to your character sheet and you pull up the sheet and look at and you're going to basically look at aspects, and you're going to see high concept aspect and trouble aspect. And what these are is your high concept aspect is basically the description of who you are and how you relate to the world. So it could be wizard detective if you're talking about Harry Dresden, um, or it could be I'm trying to think of some other.
So like Beavis would be Inquisitive Wizard, and Riley would be what?
Um, he would be like
Roguish.
lizard man with a gun or something like that.
Okay. So like the tagline of a movie.
Yeah, like the one sentence descriptor about who you are. Like for example, talking about Fallout 4, um, it like you know how they constantly reference him to the man lost in time
He's the Wanderer,
or the wanderer. The wanderer lost in time would be a great way to phrase
or
that.
the Soul Survivor. That's what he is. The Soul
Or
Survivor.
the soul survivor.
Yeah, because each at least in each of those they've got the Courier, the Soul Survivor,
Lone
the
Wanderer, I think, is Fallout 3.
yeah.
Lone Wanderer.
But
Always the
we'll
first
get
one.
to some of the other things because eventually what you're going to do is that you're going to create additional aspects. So the original might be the man, the man lost in time.
The man with the
The-
golden gun. No.
And then while you're playing, you might create a new aspect that is called the soul survivor. And then you might create another one that's called the wanderer. And basically you slowly start accumulating and building these aspects to give definition to how your character works inside the world.
So and this is our high concept aspect.
This is the high concept aspect. Then the trouble concept is basically the big thing.
Like always accepts a bet or something. Like something that
Yeah,
can get you in trouble.
yeah, it's the thing that always gets you in trouble. So let me actually pull up.
Oh, good, do you have
What is
examples?
Can't say no to a challenge.
Yeah, something like that.
So the examples they give for like high concept in a fantasy world is Disciple of the Ivory Shroud, Infamous Girl with a Sword, Wizard for Hire, um,
I like Wizard
um,
for Hire. Mercenary Wizard's pretty cool.
Knight of the Round Table, um, Reluctant Lead Detective, Ambitious Low-Level Thug, Wizard
Reluctant
Private-
detective or reluctantly detective?
Reluctant Lead Detective,
Huh. That's interesting.
Monster Slaying Accountant, Black Sheep of the Thompson Family, Scar Triad's Patsy, things like that. And then for like the trouble, it would be things like anger management issues, Sucker for a Pretty Face, The Bottle Calls to Me, Family Man, Debt to the Mob, The Scar Triad Wants Me Dead, the criminal underworld hates me, Tempted by Shiny Things, Manners of a Goat, has rivals in the Collegia Arcana, things like that.
So I feel like before we make characters, shouldn't we know more about the settings so we kind of know like what's gonna be expected of us? Like,
Sure. So basically, because
High
this is a
fantasy,
one shot,
like-
we're going to be playing this a little bit short as far as things go. What your mission is recently a rift opened up in the green zone. What do you think we should name the green zone? Basically, this is where most of the rifts.
is that where
happen.
most of the rifts? It
Most
could just
of
be
them.
the hot spot or like hot zone.
Sure, hot zone.
Well, I
where's
mean,
my-
unless you get a better idea. Or like the thin, like the thin, because it's where the planes are thin or something.
The border?
The border, yeah.
How about we just call it Vice City since it's so, no. Just go with the GTA approach. I'm down with what I got nothing right now.
How like do people still live on this in the green zone?
People still live in this area. It's
but
just
it's like the poor people because they might get murdered.
yeah, it's basically like the poor people that weren't able to get out, move out of that region. They can't afford to, kind of thing.
Mm.
Actually, I think it'd be more fun if we changed what region it is.
Oh man, I just zoomed in on it.
Oops.
Whoa.
And and the whole map is just now
Disappeared.
There. I want to move it to drop freehand. Make it red. There.
Oh shit, so it's big.
Yeah. I wanted
How
a more
far north
residential.
does it go?
It's
Doesn't matter for us.
there.
Okay.
That. Redo that. So basically, this is like the what do we end up naming it? We named it the
We got lots of ideas. Let's vote on it. Jay, you still there?
you,
Yeah, I'm here.
Alright. Do you have a favorite?
and wait, so what's going on in here again? Sorry. There's just things opening.
Deciding what to call the area.
That's where the border is thin and stuff comes through, right? But it's random stuff. It could be like vampires, zombies, it could be demons, it could be aliens, it could be like blob monsters. Is it always hostile or could it just be like a rift opens and puppies fell out?
You have never. Sometimes the things don't actively go against you. Like occasionally, just some plants tumble out. But
Okay.
because human beings have not built immunities to these kinds of
That's
plants
usually
and
going to be
things,
toxic or...
it's highly toxic, or they're carrying bugs on the leaves, and then the bugs go wild and they burrow into people's skins
Oh,
and
so
turn
our
them into
job's
zombies. And
Not always combat. It might just be like
Sometimes it's negotiation.
Yeah. Okay. So sentient things can spill out. Okay.
Sometimes, sometimes sentient things, but also sometimes what it is it's not so much.
So is this
Sometimes,
like a Men in Black scenario where if something nasty
yeah,
spills
think
through,
of
we
it more like
manage
a Men in
to-
Black.
So if we manage to talk to it and we're like, all right, you're cool, you can live in this zone as long as you don't break these laws. So maybe there's like aliens and shit living in this zone.
No, basically the stance is
Make them
nothing.
get back through the portal.
Yeah, you get them back home
Okay, so if somebody
Or you
benign comes
eliminate
through,
them.
they can't just stay.
because
No matter how
one of
nice
the
they are, if they don't get back through before it closes, we off them.
right, and because like the other thing that has to come in mind with this, where did it just random? Oh, because I fucking drew it again like an idiot.
I was thinking like District 9.
Because like part of the thing is like sometimes depending on what it is, the government may want you to.
Hatch it for study or something.
Yeah, exactly. I'm putting it back over here because there's no good way to draw that fucking shit.
On the fly world creation.
Yeah, so sometimes like there's valuable intel, like the plant situation might be something where they want you to go in and collect samples for research because you need to build up, vaccines for people, and what happens if that that happens again, and all that kind of stuff. So basically, you will receive a mission based on whatever the rend spits out, the rift spits out, and then you basically have to kind of go on the fly, go into wherever it is, and deal with it. And sometimes these rifts open up outside the hot zone, but for some
Just
reason,
rarely.
the hot zone is
Okay.
where it usually happens, and so that's why it's called the hot zone.
That works for me.
So we're Men in Black.
Kind
But
of.
more combat.
Think,
We're
Like-
ruthless Men in Black. Or Fringe.
yeah, I mean, you're a government agency,
Yeah.
but like Men in Black is like really intimately like related with the aliens and everything, and you don't have that technology. You still use M16s and things like that. Like this is like
Oh, no,
what
I
if-
cricket.
quite literally tomorrow, a rift opened up in New York City. You're the crew that's been prepping for this in Area 52 or whatever, ready for the day that this situation happens, and so
Okay.
you're ready to deal with it.
And my name is Fabrehi Sluglaw.
You can rename it. That was
No,
an automatic.
I'm sticking with Fabrehi Sluglaw.
We're,
You could also, I mean, I would only want one of you to do it, but one of you could be infected with something from one of these rifts, where you've become alien in nature.
Why would we
Um,
be not burned?
Because you were able to control it. Maybe you were one of the first human beings to be infected with something from these rifts, and
I would
so you
totally
were a
do
test
that.
subject, and now you kind of have it under control, but maybe not always.
Anybody else want to do that? We can roll for who gets to be infected. I think you're muted, Zach.
oh, no, I'm
Oh.
talking to myself.
Counting. But like for example, things could
Do
be
that if you want to.
like a high concept could be the beraggled soldier that never says no, or
The dutiful soldier or something.
yeah, like the dutiful soldier, or the patriot soldier, who kind of thing. Or you could be a nuclear physicist, something along those lines. Like you could be a scientist of some sort. You could be, I mean, maybe like one of the fun things, Steven, is maybe you were one of those fake palm reading TV psychics that actually got psychic powers after being introduced to a symbiote from outside.
Oh, yeah. And I'm used
So
to
you
it.
actually do have psychic powers now instead of just bullshitting it.
So
you could be just a plain old cop that a beat cop that ended up being there at ground zero when this all happened, and now
we're good at it.
are-
You got dragged
you're
in.
good at it. I mean,
So
you
who
could
has an
do-
interest in being the mutant? We can just roll for it. If all three of us want to do it, we can just roll a 1d3.
I don't think anyone wanted to, but you.
I kind of like the idea of randomly infecting one of us.
Yeah.
There we go.
So I'm 1, Zach 2, Jay 3.
Oh God.
Well, no, you. I mean, you don't have to be in a roll.
Yeah, I'm not really feeling it.
Okay.
Okay. So one
So I'll be
Steven,
1,
two Jay.
JB 2.
Okay.
Steven.
Hacks. I call hacks. No,
I'm happy. Jay, you roll one. We'll be best at it.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I'm
Well,
gonna
I mean,
Jeff,
actually,
you roll
If you
20.
each rolled a 1d20 and took the higher roll,
Well, there we go.
there, Steven.
No, I'm on the Dev team.
No, no.
I rolled 20. Okay.
No, Versi, you did it wrong. It's fate.
Yeah. Boom.
Nate's not here.
I know this-
Doesn't have the same punch.
I know half the fun is gone.
So I'm some sort of mutant monster, or like, do I not have to be physically different?
You should have, like,
Can I be Hellboy?
I think yes, but you look normal and occasionally hellish, demonish type things show themselves. Like maybe
So it's
like,
Ghost
your
Rider.
subtle aspect, like you could say like, you know, person who is infected with demonic magic would be like your high concept. And your trouble aspect is sometimes it's difficult to control.
Can my high concept be Demi-Demon?
Sure.
Cool, alright.
But then like your trouble aspect, if you want to play with that, is something about that demonic power. Like
Okay.
sometimes the sometimes or here's a good one. The devil made me do it.
Yeah, I'll take that. Like
Would be
occasionally
a
the
fun
evil
trouble
takes over.
Usually phrases are really good for this game. Like coming up with like good movie phrases or like lines from like a song. Weird stuff like that.
Anybody else gonna steal the idea of being a cop? Because I'm happy to just steal that. I guess we could be partners, right? We used to be partners. Yeah, I'm fine with just being a beat cop that got caught up in it and was injected with some demonness.
But if I did that, then one of us. The problem is that neither of us is a Triceratops.
That would be, yeah, that would suck. I don't know where you're going with that, but I
We could all
agree.
be Charlie's Angels.
Okay. No.
That is off the table. So, I'm thinking that I'll be a little more in combat because I've been playing straight up utility with Beebus for a while. But I think the Fate system lets you set up characters that are good at more than just combat. So
Very much so.
Versi says with a
There's
smirk.
there's only 2 combat. There are 3, right? There's body, there's fight, and there's shoot. Pretty much.
Yeah, basically, like you get to actually kind of describe how you want to do things. So shoot and fight. So athletics, burglary, context, craft, deceive, drive, empathy, fight, investigate, lore, notice, physique, provoke, rapport, resources, shoot, stealth, will are the ones that I see. But you can always make new ones. Like you can always add other ones. Like the occult would be a skill that could totally be in this game.
Okay, so those are the default ones, and then if we come up with something, that makes sense. Jay and Zach, I threw a link in the.
Yeah, I just clicked it.
Yeah,
I still haven't figured out my aspect.
Yeah, sorry guys.
But you're fine. I mean, we're all kind of learning on this one.
And I literally a week ago I listened to like 4 podcasts in a row of people playing the Fate system, and there were 2 of them were them building their characters and learning the rules. So I don't know a lot about it, but I got a slight leg up.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Jason?
deciding on my aspect still. I'm thinking like a secret agent type. Sort of an espionage spy type.
Cool. So, were you a special agent that just fit this role? Are you like military? Like, are you CIA, or are you now a new part of a
CIA.
new branch of the CIA that is now involved in this? Are you from the city, from the country? Are you a foreigner that's here to assist with it, like kind of a war, like a NATO kind of thing?
Yeah, kind of like almost an XCOM type concept.
Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
So your high concept could be something like agent of, and then some organization like International First Response Rift Team or something like that. Whatever. I mean, I'm just coming up with something weird like that, but. Or United First Response
Okay.
Rift Team. UFRRT. First. While you do that, I'm going to read a little bit more.
So I was thinking of resources as like Bert from Tremors. Like I've just kind of been a doomsday prepper. Like I kind of have access to logic and stuff. I don't know if that's how you were picturing that skill.
Resources would be like where contacts is your ability to just know people. Resources is your ability to just get shit.
Okay.
So that might be that you do have, a pack with a pack of many
Bug out
things.
bag, yeah.
But that would be like a pack of many things would be something I'd more expect towards like an aspect or a skill than, what is it? A stunt, an aspect or a stunt, like an aspect would be if you were leaning something towards that, like you could build an aspect that says, I don't know when I need it, but I got it. Could be like an aspect.
Okay.
One thing to keep in mind is after you fill in the main aspects, you technically get 3 more, but you can add those as we go. You don't have to fill them in now. Same thing with skills.
Oh, I see.
You just hit add. Same thing with skills. Really, you just need to fill out the great and the 2 goods, and as we go, you can fill out the fares and averages. You don't have to take them out.
I already put all mine in.
That's cool. No problem.
Okay.
Wait. Okay. Wait. Wait. Okay. So what are we doing for skills?
That link I sent you has a list, but John, I think, was saying that we can kind of create our own. Like, you were saying what, like Demon Hunter or something?
Well, it would be like a cult. Would be like something that's not on that list. But it would totally work in this world. And you can always be like, hey, John, I was thinking something like this. Does that sound good? And maybe we'll come up with like a different word for it or something. But, like there is nothing to talk about the occult on there, which might be important because overall, it's nothing is ever science-y that comes through these riffs. It's always magical-ish.
Oh, okay.
But sometimes it's plants. And
but it's like Nirnroot, not like
right. Or it could be like an earth elemental, or something like that. And sometimes it's something benign, like I'm not saying like an elf, but maybe like a plant person, more like a Sylvari Guild Wars 2 style, comes through that rift, and they're not necessarily dangerous, but maybe they have a flower growing on them that releases spores, and then it mixes with the, you know, a bird lands on its shoulder and gets it onto its ankle, and then it touches a flower, and then it integrates with the flower, and now you have alien flowers growing in the city, and now you have to deal with them because they can infect people and fuck them up. Like sometimes you don't know what's going on in these situations.
So, well, what do we do with our skills is what I'm wondering. We just start dropping, like...
So just type them in. So you get 1+4, which is a great, and you get 2+3s, 3+2s, and 4+1s. You only need to fill out the +4 and the 2+3s. You can fill out the others as we go.
Okay.
The fun thing about this game is you don't have to do things now. You can be like, oh, that's something I would have. Here's why, and then you just say, this is why I have driving, and then you fill it into fair or average.
Wait, we need a Y2? Wait,
No. So you just fill in the great and the goods.
Okay.
As we're playing, let's say you didn't ever take empathy, right, Zach?
Okay.
And then, like, you need to make an empathy roll, or you feel that you want to make an empathy roll. You could be like, John, I'm going to fill in empathy into a fair 2 because my character totally would have it because of this reason.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Basically, boom, you have it, you roll, and you get to see how it works out for you.
Gotcha. Also, Cloric says hi. He's...
Get him in here.
Well, he's babysitting his 2 nieces. He said he mentioned it last week.
Oh, right. I totally forgot that he mentioned that. Okay. Well, that explains him. That was one of the only things I didn't write down. I was so wrecked that last fucking weekend.
Consequences. That's like if I get shot in the leg and you say now I have a strong limp or something.
Right.
Stress. What's that about?
Stress is built with consequences. Basically, if you take too much stress, you have to take consequences instead. So, if you take a lot of physical stress, you get a consequence of like a broken arm or something like that, depending on how much.
What's the physique do? Because I have physique as my good skill. So is that a +3 for me, or?
Physique increases the amount of it you have available.
Oh, cool. Okay. Oh, then I might want to make physique my 4 and shoot my 3.
In the handout section, there should be cheat sheets that explain some of this stuff to you.
Yeah, I've read them.
He thinks he read them.
Yeah, I didn't. Recovery, mild, or fair +2. Oh, okay. I guess now that I know what I know, it makes more sense.
So if I wanted, say, my skill to be like programming, would I just type in programming, or would I use one of the ones on here, like?
So you could do a number of things. Like, what's your aspect? Oh, you're adventurous web developer. Okay. So under those circumstances, like, you could do computers as a skill.
Okay.
You could also go even a little bit different. Like, maybe you could add an aspect instead that says something like, technology always has an answer. Like, i.e., you could search the World Wide Web or things like that for maybe finding out information.
Wait, so you're saying to add like I have the option of just putting the skill in or just adding another aspect instead?
It depends on how you want to play it. Like you can have a skill in, let's say, computers, but you could also instead make an aspect that you can call on to help you, which is technology like always has an answer, or let me Google that might be like a fun aspect, which would help you do some of the same things if you wanted. Kind of up to you. And basically one of the things, I guess because I didn't explain this, the way that Fate works is that you roll a 6-sided dice. 1/3 of it is blank, 1/3 of it is negative, and 1/3 of it is positive. And when you roll, you add your skill modifier to it to see how well you do on those rolls. And what you can do is that your aspects basically allow you at any point in time to spend fate. Basically, you get these little tokens. Spend fate and be able to trade them in for a +2 to that roll, or to re-roll those dice completely.
Interesting. I'll just go with the easy option. What's the difference? Never mind, I can just do that.
Alright, I got some ideas for aspects. I've got won't back down, which is self-explanatory. Bad bystander, like unwilling to just watch something happen, and tunnel vision, like when he's got his. I like that. When he's got his mind on a goal, he can't look past it. I like that thinking. This is exactly the same one I got.
I thought it was flat.
Well, that one's just twice as strong as this one, but yeah, it's good. I know I like it, so thank you. I like this shot. Oh, sorry, I forgot I wasn't muted.
Right. He's just, all of that stuff. I don't know. I am virtually brain dead at this point for some reason.
Back here, Peter.
But
Yep.
how do I change my name on the confidence thing?
So, okay, so then we go stress and consequences. Is that in the cheat sheet?
You don't need to worry about stress or consequences.
No stress or consequences.
That's for combat.
I wanted to make my name Seth Snow because I was trying to think of like a ridiculous stereotypical
Just-
name.
Just
I don't know how to change it.
just click your character sheet, go to the first tab and say edit.
Oh, cool. Thank you. I haven't had to do that in a long time.
I know, right? So we just need to get our aspect and our skills.
So don't worry about skills yet. We'll build those while we play.
Oh, so don't worry about the skills.
Right.
Okay. So I'll take
So
the.
basically, once you've hammered out your great and your goods, your aspect and your whatever the other one is, the bad one, the error
Trouble or whatever.
trouble, we're basically good to play.
Oh, okay. So yeah, well, that's what I was saying. It's like you get the great and the good down.
Do we need a poor and a terrible? Or
No, you don't need to worry about poor and terribles.
okay.
Yeah, it's like
Stunts we can figure out as we play.
Yeah. We can totally figure out stunts as we play.
all right then.
Then yeah, I'm good. Also, screw you, Jay. Your name's cool. I should have.
think
That's
I
if I'm going like stereotypical. That's perfect.
What are you talking about? He's clearly a passive aggressive angsty train.
Yes. Actually, it's named after one of my favorite characters from one of my XCOM playthroughs.
It's not Vin Diesel.
Sadly, no.
Right.
It's named after the guy who would kill like 5 aliens at once with a rocket launcher multiple times.
Narrator. What? The we have a narrator following us.
In a world. Yeah.
I started off a presentation like that once for work, or a friend of mine was being the kind of the MC, and he started things off like that. Oh god, there's music.
Not for
mine,
me.
yeah. I don't know where that's coming from.
Oh, somebody's just... I don't know what's going on. I can't... I don't even know what that just was. I don't know... like, usually I hear the sirens, but there was no siren. It was just a noise, I guess.
I'm going to run to the restroom, but my character's ready to go. I just need to learn how to actually roll. I'll be right back.
Wait, how did you do that, Jason?
Underneath each of the skills, there's a little dice that you hit.
Yeah, then it asked me for a modifier value.
That's assuming that you
I
spend...
had 0.
Yeah, just hit 0. That's assuming that you spend, like, fate points for it.
Okay.
You could, like, add to it, basically.
Gotcha.
So, here's how this works. When playing the game, at any point in time, you can call upon an aspect and spend one of the tokens. Basically, you move it down to that bottom tray of tokens that you see at the bottom of the screen. Basically, you give it to me as the narrator. You move it down to that little thing to invoke an aspect. And what that does is it allows you to re-roll a dice roll that you've made, or it allows you to get a +2 to whatever your result is. The important thing about that is if you check on, what is it, cheat sheet 1?
Cheat sheet 1.
Yeah, cheat sheet 1. There's 4 major outcomes. There's you fail at your action, or succeed at a major cost. Basically, something you really like fucked it up, or it works, but I get to tell you that something went wrong. There's a tie, which means that you basically equal whatever I choose as like the difficulty for it, or it matches like the opponent that's playing against you. And then there's succeed, which is basically you get 1 or 2 above the number required, or you succeed with style, which means you're super awesome at it, and you succeed and you get benefits. What benefits are when playing, basically you can invoke for free aspects that are going on in the game. So, for example, let's say you're fighting a demon, right? And you succeed with style in leaping off of the building and hitting it with a chair. I would create a benefit called, dazed on the demon, right? That anyone in the group could invoke for a +2 bonus when doing something against that demon because it's dazed. Or they could not use it. It's just sitting there on that demon ready to be used.
Interesting.
Yeah. So that's kind of how that works. Now, here's the fun thing. When you spend these tokens, one of the things you can do, actually one of the things I need to set up, is that anyone should be able to see all of your journals.
Wait, really? We can see all our stuffs?
Because at any point in time, you can invoke an aspect of another player and force them to do something by trading them a fate token of yours to them. So, for example, give me 1 second to
Interesting.
players. So in the case of, like, let's say Seth Snow, right? We're playing, and a little kid is looking over a rail. You could say, "Hey, Steven, I want to invoke one of your aspects," and he goes, "Oh," and you say, "The devil would really like to have you push that kid over the railing." And he could, if he wants, say no and give you one of his fate tokens to avoid doing that. Or he could say, "Fine, I'll do it," and you give him one of your fate tokens.
So what happens if we're out of fate tokens?
If you are out of fate tokens, you must accept any and all consequences that someone proposes to you. And I can do as many of them as I want. That little pool of tokens at the bottom, I can hand out as many of those as I want to you guys. So it behooves you to spend tokens in any way possible, but always be mindful that at any point in time, if you run out, anyone could force you to do anything that your character has a vice about. Basically an aspect of. So, for example, let's say Steven runs out of things, and you're all fighting, right? And you have to interrogate this guy who knows where the bomb is. You could be like, Steven, you are a demi-demon, and you probably would like to let him have a glimpse of your face to scare him into telling us how the bomb is. And because he has no fate tokens to resist you, you give him one, and he has to do that. Which means it might cause problems because then maybe it's caught on camera, because interrogation rooms tend to have cameras, or things like that. And basically it creates new parts to the story that might not be there, because you guys and myself are constantly trading these aspects. One of the other fun things is that when you go into places, like let's say you go into a burning building, I might type out burning building, and under that I would put an aspect, or I would put in, like, let's say it's a movie theater, right? A burning movie theater. I would say this is a movie theater, and then underneath it I would put like a box, and I say it has the aspect burning, and you could actually invoke at any point in time the environment to affect things. Like maybe you're running out and you could spend a fate point to have a burning beam fall down behind you guys, blocking the path of the monster that's trying to get to you.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, the environment, I will always create in the environment things for you guys to invoke as well. There's usually about 1 to 2 environmental aspects as well that you can invoke. But all the other things, like when you're rolling really high and you create like particular things, benefits, those are basically aspects that are completely free. Anyone can invoke them, and they don't cost fate points.
Wait, what is?
If you succeed with style, you basically create aspects that are like 1-time uses or 3-time uses or things like that available.
Just with style?
Succeed with, I think it's just with style.
Okay.
Yeah, succeed with style carries an additional benefit. Okay.
So are we all ready to roll, or what do we?
Yeah, is everyone good to go?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I
think
know, I am. I have a great, a good, a trouble, an aspect. Extras.
I can't actually view his character sheet.
Who's?
I can see Stevens, but
Can you open it?
Are we supposed to be able to see each other's?
Hold on.
no, I actually can't see
Yeah,
his stuff.
Pika's is now visible.
Never mind.
And yeah, everyone should be visible to each other now.
I got the bio and info tab on Jay's, but I don't have anything else.
Oh, you know what? I bet you
Yeah.
Oh
it's
yeah,
not
I only
edited
find
by-
Yeah. Oh, for Peter, I have everything.
There we go.
Steven should now be seen. Jay should now be seen.
Wow, you got a lot of aspects there, Steven.
Yeah. I kind of think maybe I don't like bad bystander.
Well, I mean, remember, like, I would recommend if you don't like something or you're not sure about something, leave it blank, because you can always
Yeah.
add things while we're telling the story.
True.
Just like the stunts will. Whew. Okay, So, let me think of how I want to start off. So, you all are at a headquarters, which is a little bit off of the hot zone, a ways. Think of it kind of like a Alcatraz-y type island where your organization has a base.
Where it be?
Huh?
Where it be? Where
It's
is it?
off the map.
Oh, okay.
And basically, you usually get helicoptered into wherever the disturbance is in the story. What's the name of your all's organization?
One of us already has it, right?
Yeah, doesn't Jack?
Yeah, the United Nations Earth Defense Force.
United Nations Earth Defense Force?
I believe that's yeah.
Yeah, I'm down with it.
Yes.
Not everything gets a snap.
Not just placeholder, but if it works.
snap the acronym.
So the UNEDF.
So this is a global issue.
Yes.
Okay.
You are but one part of dealing with this.
So this is our region's hot zone.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Okay, guess I won't. And recently there's been a exorbitant number of lightning storms striking the city. And normally it would just be like, okay, it's just a freak storm, but you all know better. There's something in the air besides ozone, and the strikes. It's not just lightning in the air. The lightning is actually striking down and impacting the city far more than it really should. And that was over the course of the night and a little bit into the early day. And as the morning comes round, the storm is still going, and you're called into the headquarters to meet with the personnel of this organization, the UNEDF. We're gonna name
Agent Z, whatever that boss's name in that hoodie is.
No, his name's just Zed.
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't remember.
oh, green's brutal. We're changing that color. Purple is invisible. That's fucking impossible. Blue's not bad. Yeah, we'll go with the light blue. Operator Lynn. She's the person that has tended to be kind of like almost like a handler for you all, as far as mission goes. And I'm so not used to having to type inside this full 20.
Dun dun dun.
Hey, I want to be able to edit Lynn. There we go. Oh, fuck me. Oh, okay, cool. And you can see that that she looks extremely tired. So this is something that when talking with Lynn, at any point in time, one of you, if you were making a roll with her, you could get a +2 bonus by invoking the fact that she's tired. Right? And
So if I'm trying to like lie to her, I can say, "Oh, she's tired." Maybe she wouldn't notice it.
right, exactly.
Okay.
Basically, you just say, "Hey, you know what? Operator Lynn is tired. She's not going to notice that I'm lying," and you get a bonus.
Can we try and bullshit those a little bit with you? Like if I'm trying to get
Absolutely.
access to a warehouse I can like maybe create the aspect of like bored for the security guard or like has to pee.
You can't. Those are things that I create. But if you got
Okay.
advantage on things,
Hmm.
you like. Let's say you're creating a distraction.
Oh,
You
then
could, and you rolled to distract the guard, and you did it in style. You could create a thing for him that says like easily distracted.
okay.
And so the next time, if there was ever a thing to deal with him, you might be able to get him to look the other way because you basically made this part of the story with the character.
So, is there a limit to the number of aspects like a character can have, or is that
Total of 5. So the first 2 plus 3 more,
okay?
and eventually like if we played this long term, slowly we'd like cycle them out or condense them or change them based on how your character changes. So
they're
basically,
mutable. They're not set in
always changeable. It's just one of those things where you say, "Hey John, I'm not liking how this works," or "Hey John, I feel that my character doesn't believe this anymore. This isn't really an aspect to this character. She's changed, or he's changed, and so you can change it." So, the operator, she's standing at a big, like 3 big flat screen TVs, like those like 50-inch flat screen TVs on the wall, and she's standing behind the desk, and you all come in, and she goes, "Go ahead, sit. We have a hell of a mission for the 3 of you."
I plop down in a chair,
Okay.
or what?
stand in the corner.
Yeah, you refuse to sit
No.
down.
Salute and stay standing.
Yeah, she doesn't even care. She goes, "Okay, so listen up. I'm sure you all remember that there's something. This storm is obviously not natural. I'm sure all of you. Who's the one that has the infection? That's Steven's character.
So maybe my demonic side is acting up a little more because it's even thinner than usual or something, or
You could always say like something like maybe that's one of like you could say like if you wanted to like if you said, "Hey John, I want to figure out what's going on with the storm," I'd say, "Great, roll me
Ooh.
an investigation check," and you go, "You know what though?
Could-
I'm a demi-demon, and I would know if this has something to do with the occult," and you could get a +2 to that.
am I half demon or is there like another entity in my head? Is there somebody I could like talk to? I like the idea that I like have a hitchhiker. I got somebody playing along.
I would change your aspect then and say like
Instead of demi-demon, say
a
Like my-
demon's
well,
hitchhiking in my brain.
Demi-possessed.
yeah. My description is beat cop with a demonic hitchhiker. So what did you say possessed about, Jay? Yeah, I guess just
Demon
possessed.
or Demi possessed. Demi
Yeah,
demon.
I like that. All right. Like most of the time, I have control. Cool.
Parasitic entity.
Yeah, even better. Yeah.
And she goes, as you all know, the storm is pretty freak. If things weren't the way they were in the last 5 years, we just chalk it up to being a rare storm, some phenomena storm. But we all know better. There was a rift that opened up in what's the name of the park, the foresty park area of the hot zone.
The dancing dryad.
Maybe maybe its name has changed since shit started popping off.
Totally could.
So it's something.
The place formerly known as Greenleaf Park.
There we go. Is the park where like most of the nasty stuff comes through?
Not always. It's just it happened to this time within the hot zone.
Maybe like the Coliseum or something.
It's a park.
Yeah, but I'm thinking like an open area where nasty stuff tends to come through.
How about Omega Gardens?
Sure.
Okay.
I like it.
Seems like the end all if you ask me, though.
Yeah.
Then again, it is starting to grow on me.
Yep. There we go. Now you're getting back into form.
I've been out of it for a while.
Oh, okay, John. I just went to a demonic name generator and I got Chosgun the Stormcaller. Can I keep that as my dude's name, considering there's a big storm going on?
Sure, fuck it. It's a one shot. I mean, like, why not? Yeah, we're all just sitting here testing out the rules, playing a weird fucking game. And she goes, so a rift opened up in Omega Gardens, and from what we can tell, nothing came through. But we need you to still check it out, because the correlation between these storms and that rift is it's too exact. As to what you're gonna find down there, we don't know. So be prepared for anything.
I would like to yawn.
Yep. She yawns too.
Sounds good.
Yeah, she points at you as she's yawning. She goes, "Stop that!" Yeah. And she says, "Do you have any questions?"
Any idea of what we should...
Orders if we find anything special. Contain or terminate?
She thinks for a second, and she then reaches down and she grabs her like data pad, and she starts looking at it, and she goes, as far as I'm concerned, terminate would probably be the best option. These lightning strikes are tearing up the city. As far as the UNEDF is concerned, they probably want you to contain it, but I don't really give a
Yeah, Seth will look at Peter and give him a pointed glance and say, like, the geeks in the lab would be pissed if we killed it for no reason.
He's Peter.
Oh, you're Diesel?
Or no, I'm Peter. So wait, but why are you talking to
I'm a
me?
computer programmer.
Oh, okay, okay.
He's like pointedly like saying the geeks in the lab.
Okay, sorry.
You would be pissed if we killed something this scientific.
I'd like to glare. And that is all.
Seth's default gaze is glare, so that's fine.
She says, we're going to chopper you in a little bit outside of the gardens, and you'll have to move in by foot. Keep in mind, as far as the hot zone goes, things tend to always get a little bit weird down there. There's a lot of innocent civilians that have gone through a lot of terrible things down in the hot zone. Don't get too trigger happy until you're sure that they're the target.
I'd like to request a parachute then. I know we're...
She says, you won't need a parachute. We'll be flying low enough, and the helicopter will land you safely on top of one of the buildings nearby.
Still wanted the parachute. Alright, fine.
Maybe you'll find one along the way.
Yeah, never know. Okay. And she then says, you have 1 hour to prepare yourselves. And then she goes, dismissed. Sends you out of the room. So we'll fast forward a little bit to when you're on the helicopter. One thing to make note, just for you guys to keep in mind, is that the way that stunts work are basically the exact same thing as aspects, but they're free, and you get 2.
So what's an example of a stunt? Like high flyer, or like what's...
So It would be
Bleak tall buildings.
it would be like I got a gadget for this, and it basically any point
How does
in
that
time
differ from an aspect?
because it's more specific. Where an aspect is broad,
Oh, okay.
the gadget might be like or actually it'd probably be like basically for that it might be only gets a +2 anytime it's dealing with an investigation check around technology or something like that, or I have an eye for science, and that might be like anytime you're dealing with anything that might be oriented around science, you get a +2 investigation check.
So okay, gotcha. So that would be some, and that those modify our skill checks too, right? So
Basically everything is affecting your skill checks in one way or another.
gotcha. Okay, so since I have say computers as my skill, I could have something like great at analyzing web pages would give me a.
Like keyboard warrior, and you get a plus to hacking or something.
Right. That you want to keep it a little bit broad.
I was just trying to think of something.
Yeah. And the other thing is that no one can invoke your stunts. These are things that like are just there for you. Whereas like at any point in time I could say, hey Steven, the devil's gonna make you do something. And that kind of thing. And literally like I mean like technically I think probably at least in the case of you, Steven, I would almost say like demi-possessed and the devil made me do it are almost the same thing.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I don't know how to
Hyphenate them.
So should my high concept be more like a demonic beat cop, and then I can change, and then the trouble can just stay. The devil made me do it.
Yeah, like your description is a little bit more towards like your high concept.
Okay.
So
You can just change it to whatever you think what makes most sense.
I'm just
for
letting
fate.
you know. I mean, basically you could like leave it empty for now. Like let's leave the high concept empty, and like maybe someone will have a cool idea for you or
Okay,
like,
yeah. Because I have a picture in my head of how the character behaves and like who he is. So that's
right. Yeah, and usually this kind of stuff pops up when you're saying, like when you're describing something, and then someone goes, "Oh, that sounds awesome. That should be a fate or an aspect," or something like that. Like usually people point out when it's going on. So, anyways, so the helicopter is flying low. The storm, the cumulus clouds are hanging low in the sky, and lightning is just you can watch it now that you're a little bit above the city and away from the island, and you're just seeing lightning just smash down and crash into parts of buildings, destroying cars and parts of buildings, and like this is like a destructive storm. Like lightning does not work like this, and even
like
more,
Hurricane Andrew, but lightning.
yeah, just all lightning, just going to town, destroying buildings and everything like that. Like, you see, there's a set of transformer hub, and the lightning strikes it, and you see this giant explosion erupt off to your left from the transformers blowing, and then all of a sudden, actually let me, because I'm talking about a scene, I should write some stuff in for you guys.
What?
And
Yes. Yes.
okay. So this will be an environment thing. Show you this.
High powered for you?
And the reason that it's high powered for you is that as you're flying, you hear that you all start to feel the hairs on the back of your neck start to stand up, and then you hear a crack, and all of a sudden the helicopter gets struck by lightning
Damn it.
and starts to begin to basically start doing a crash course. And the pilot, he's sitting there and he's fighting to deal and fighting the stick to try to keep the helicopter up and orient it to a safe place on the ground, aiming for a long strip of road where you can do a crash landing. Do you guys do anything?
Does he seem to have it under control, or
No.
okay? Could I possibly use my drive skill to try and help him out?
Sure. Yeah. So you hop up into the co-pilot seat and you're gonna do a drive roll. I'm gonna say that this is gonna be pretty hard. You're gonna need to have, let's say, a plus. You need a +3 to land safely without taking injury.
Okay,
So you need a 3.
gotcha. So do I just roll then?
Yep. Just hit drive and hit that little dice.
Can I do like
So-
physique or something to make sure if he does fail, I don't take as much damage? Or
Wait a minute. I'm confused. Didn't you say the dice have like a -1, nothing, and then a +1?
They have a negative, a 0, and a plus. So you rolled 3 negatives and a plus on that dice.
3 negatives. Oh, we're rolling 4 dice.
Yeah.
how the hell do you read that when you like?
How did?
So you
Okay.
have
To
+2.
the right of the equal, inside the bracket and the parenthesis, you see 3 dashes and a plus. It's 3 minuses and a plus.
Wait. So how do we know how many dice we're rolling? Is that determined by the skill?
Always 4.
It's
You can
always
roll
4.
dice.
Okay, I didn't realize that. I thought it was. I thought it was like a. Okay.
So, Pika, I'm assuming that you had a pretty high drive, right?
Yeah, it's my +4.
Yeah, so you had a +4 minus 3 plus 1. So you had a 5 minus 3, that's why you had a 2.
Yeah, that's why I was confused because I thought it was 1 die, which wasn't making sense because I was like, I can nail that easy. I don't need to worry about anything.
Actually, here, let me show you real quick. Because I own Fate Dice.
But I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's a lot of dice. Verse, it sounds like things are getting a little dicey over there.
Sounds like Shadowrun.
Mmm.
Oh, so they literally just have positives and negatives on. Okay.
Yep. And blanks.
What are the blank?
Nothing.
Neutrals?
It's neutral. It neither helps you nor hurts you. And there's 2 of each on a dice. And basically, you can see I have lots of them. There's 4 dice of every color in my bag, so that every player has 4 dice. And so you always roll 4 dice, and then you add the modifiers to whatever that result is. So, you have a 2, you need a 3 to succeed. So, do you have a stunt that you might be able to invoke?
How many?
And trade me a fate.
How many stunts do we get? Like, is it?
So in any given scene, so right now we're in the helicopter scene, you can invoke every one of your aspects. Hold on, let me pull it up. You can invoke every one of your aspects once per scene. So in the case of you have adventurous web developer and you have challenge accepted. So you could say, John, this is a challenge. And if there's ever a time for me to accept a challenge, it's right now. I'm going to spend a fate point and get a +2 to this dice roll to succeed. And basically, you take one of your little fate point tokens and you drag it down to that pool, and then you would, instead of a 2, you'd end up with a 4, and that would give you a success.
Wait, did you just
And
turn?
basically,
Did you just turn my negative into a positive?
you could do that all the time. Like the best negatives and positives, or like your highs and your lows, can work in both directions.
Okay,
I
gotcha.
guess basically, challenge accepted is you're stubborn. Sometimes being stubborn is good. Sometimes it's really shitty. if the demon says, "Do not tempt me, you cannot win,"
Yeah.
hey Zach,
Yeah.
challenge accepted, you know. But on the flip side, like if there's a time to sit there and not go down in a plane crash, it would be now. Or you could say, I want to make a new thing that, like you could say, like you could make an aspect where it's. I learned how to do this in a manual once, or manual junkie might be like something like maybe like as a nerd you like reading manuals, and so you've read how to fly a helicopter.
Is it? And that falls under like my aspect as opposed
You
to.
can make a new aspect to handle like like that kind of thing if you wanted to.
Okay, so then.
But right now, I just made up the example of challenge accepted.
Okay, so
That's what would work for your aspect.
I gotcha. So then the.
Adventurous web developer doesn't help you.
Not really. So then the next thing that do have a question then is then okay, so stunts, because they're similar to aspects, right?
Mhm.
So how many of those do we get, or?
I think you get 2, and then for now we'll just say you get 2. Here's my little limitation from character creation stunts. Broken aspects, killing aspects, sessions, compel, situations. For now, just assume it's 2. Well, you tell me. So is that something that you'd want to do? Like tell me.
I was just curious how many, because I had an idea and I was like, no, I won't use it on one of those. Okay, I mean, so for instance, because I'm still kind of confused on the specifics here. So for I added a stunt that I was calling Keyboard Hero. So one that has used a lot of namely the keyboard, but generally deals with like technological paraphernalia. So device.
I wouldn't call that a keyboard hero because there's no way to use a keyboard in a plane.
I know, but I just really like the name.
But that would make it more like a skill, because that's more specifically around computers. Like if how see how that when you talk about that, it cannot be used in a broad way. It can only be used in a very specific way. That's where stunts are more played. This is like the more individual aspect.
IO hero. Okay, gotcha. So So then for the time being just use, so we can keep things going, just use the challenge accepted thing that you were doing earlier than to.
Yeah, so you could totally do that. So you drag one of your tokens down to my big pile at the bottom.
Nope, that is not.
Wait, you probably can't do it.
Nope.
There, I did it for you. I'll fix that maybe during the break. And so now it's a 4, and so you succeed at what you needed, and so you're still gonna crash land, but you're not gonna hurt. Like no one's gonna get hurt when you land.
Gotcha.
Basically, you see the helicopter doing that cool nifty spinning out of control thing, and then finally you get it lightly under control right before you hit the tarmac of the street below, and the helicopter kind of tilts, the blades go spinning off into God knows where, and it screeches to a halt on fire, and you all are okay.
Gotcha.
So you ended up landing. Right about there.
Man, we're gonna have a heck of a time getting out of here.
Do we have radios? Could we just call for extraction?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely would have radios. Do you want to call for an extraction?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, you could.
I would notify them of the situation, like higher ups. We'll probably need extraction in the future, and we'll keep in contact.
Okay, yeah. So you
Is the
radio
pilot
in.
okay?
He's a little dazed. He took probably the brunt of it. But he seems to be okay. And like
Does he look like he'll be able to survive out here with us?
he's not battle trained, and he probably says something like that too. So we'll say that his name's Jimmy, and he goes, "No way, guys. My job is to put you near the danger and get away from the danger, not to go into the danger. I'm gonna chill out here by the helicopter and wait for an evac. Make this evac location 1, as far as I'm concerned." And
Is he armed?
he's got a like a 9mm pistol that he keeps like on his leg, like in a leg holster, but he's not
Okay.
like built for combat.
I want to give him a claymore.
Like a sword?
No, like a mine that I just kind of had laying around.
Attached to a sword?
Tell him how to use it. Yeah, it's attached to a sword.
Do you have anything that would tell you that you have a claymore?
I have resources, and I'm picturing my character as like a Bert from Tremors. I can roll for it, right?
Yeah, so this is going to be a 4. This is not having high-end military explosives is not something that you normally get to bring in with you.
So I only have a +1, so I need to get 75% of my dice to be positive.
Correct. Or you
So
start trading in on your
Macro,
assets.
and then I give it a modifier of 1, and I roll.
No, you just do a 0.
So I failed, right?
Yeah, you're not even close.
So wait, what the fuck happens then? What did I actually roll? I had a +1 plus my 1, so I got a 2, right?
You got a 0, 2 minuses, and a plus. You had the 1 for resources.
So I have a 0.
So you should have had a 0.
Okay.
But you put a 1 in, I think, under that modifier.
Okay.
Normally, you always just put 0 unless you're like invoking aspects prior to that roll. So yeah, you're like, hold on, I got something, and then you start digging around in your bag, and you're like, okay, I lied.
No, I give him like a shitty old like Swiss Army knife.
I got this.
Yeah. Instead you
Pull out a
fish out a
sandwich.
Swiss
Don't want
Army
to go
knife.
hungry.
Yeah, exactly. And he holds the Swiss Army knife, and he's like, thanks. Just what I always needed in a post-apocalyptic city.
You can do a lot of stuff with it. Yeah.
I mean, if you don't want it, we'll take it with us.
And he's like, go ahead, get out of here, go do what you need to do. The faster you're done, the faster I'm done.
Alright. Time for the vacation to begin.
And Jay's character was smart enough to radio back to base and tell him what's up.
Yeah. Jay radios in, and they
Yeah.
say,
Probably try to get an evac for a pilot.
They say, understood, Diesel. However, we're not sending in any more choppers due to this storm until you guys are ready to evac. He'll just have to sit there and wait for your team to come back for him.
But this isn't like no man's land. Like there are people that live nearby, right? This is just a
Yeah.
really dangerous portion of the city.
Yeah, I mean, think
Okay.
of this like there's gangs here, and
There's
sometimes
a little bit
those
martial law-y.
sometimes those gangs get a hold of magical items that come through the rifts,
Okay.
and so everyone, sometimes like you're a juiced up demon possessed person. Imagine what a gang lord is like with a juiced up demon in his head. Sometimes there's those. Sometimes the teams, you're not the only team. Sometimes teams fail. Sometimes you don't know what came through the rift. Like in this circumstance, they don't know what came through. It's coincidence. This storm and the rift opening, too coincidental. They don't know what's going on.
Well,
So
Gotcha.
I would
that's
just start
why this is
trekking
a hot
off.
zone.
Let's-
To be fair, I guess I should also mention there's the.
Is there like a wall around it? Like nothing gets in, nothing gets out?
Every one of these bridges is blown.
Okay. And there's I'm assuming some sort of naval like presence in the waters or
There's a couple like Coast Guard like U-boat type things with like guys with a 50 cal mounted on the back to shoot like anyone that tries to remove themselves from the island.
Or at least be the early warning system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. So yeah. So where do you guys go from here? Heading towards the gardens?
Yep.
Yeah, I would just beeline to the garden.
Yeah.
Cool.
Along that main thoroughfare looking thing.
I'd like to roll a perception check.
Sure.
Wait, I don't have
Well, wouldn't
perception.
It would be notice or investigate. Are you looking for something specific? Or...
I just don't want to be ambushed.
Is notice like passive perception, or do you have to roll notice?
Notice, basically, it's intended like the way that this game works is like if it's blatantly like you guys would see it, I just tell you. I don't have to sit there and like wait for you to kind of do. It's kind of like passive perception, where like all the time you're always doing passive perception. Notice is an active perception.
Oh, and so notice is like if I'm in a room and I want to see how many light switches are on the wall. Investigate is if like I want to see whether there are blood marks under the couch or something.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the same thing as in Dungeons and Dragons with search, and
Okay.
I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
investigate is to connect clues or to understand that this is a clue, versus your notice, which is I'm being followed. Like, that's a notice kind of thing.
So does Zach roll investigate or notice? He rolls a notice.
He rolls a notice because he's looking around to see if you guys are being followed or if anything's going on. I mean, literally a helicopter just crash landed in the middle of the street.
So do I just have to put notice onto my sheet then, since I didn't have it there before?
If you don't have it filled in, you can choose like, well, you are Peter.
Yeah, I was just.
So if you want it to be fair or average, then you put it into one of those slots for a bonus modifier. If you don't, if you just want to keep it at a 0, which you're always welcome to start off with and maybe change it later, just hit the 0 one. All mediocre skills.
Okay.
Basically, you're not trained in it, so you're just 0.
You know what? We'll just do this. That seems reasonable. And so, I mean... Yeah, we'll just do that. Oh, goody! High roller tonight!
Damn.
Oh no, you don't notice anything. You're maybe you hit your head a little bit on the in the helicopter when it crash landed.
Oh,
So your
that's a
vision's still a little blurry as you're looking around. Maybe there's a little bit of a ringing in your ears from the crash as you all
Oh no,
stumble
you got
off.
tinnitus.
Yeah. While you're stumbling off towards the gardens. As you're moving off towards the gardens, you come up to a spot. Let's do a new type out. Text.
Is there just like an app that you can add that just is a giant text box for you to be able to edit? Can't make your mind up on a color there, Jay?
I'm just thinking about which one fits my character best.
Blockade on...
So you run up to a part of the street where the cars have been turned sideways, and some of them kind of stacked on top of each other. Think maybe those car semis, the semis that transport cars. Like 2 of those turned sideways, and some of them are smoking this black fiery burned rubber air into the air, and they're sitting across your path.
Well, this is awkward.
And basically they're on fire.
This is the point where I would try and figure out what's going on, because this seems like an ambush has been laid.
Sure.
So I roll notice to try and see if there's an ambush involved.
Sure. Totally.
I'm looking for like signs of gang activity or something like that.
Yeah.
I'll roll as well on that. I'll
Okay.
say notice it's one of my +1 skills.
How did you just roll a 3 and mine didn't roll at all? Oh, I'm. I set my name as Don.
What? Why?
I rolled a 3.
Yeah.
Wait, you changed your name by accident? or
I
something?
guess I accidentally changed my name to Don Diesel Mueller.
Or no, or did you have his sheet open?
No, I have my sheet open, but I changed my name to him accidentally. It's alright. I fixed it to Seth's notes. The next time I roll, it'll show up as me, and I rolled that 3.
Cool. Yeah. So you do see that there's definitely gang signs on some of these cars in like a spray paint, and do you
Anything in like the windows? So,
you don't see anything like on the buildings nearby, but what you do notice is like this is absolutely kind of like a trap location. And you're starting to see gang signs around in the area, and what do you think the gang's name is? I'm thinking I want something magical, like
the Ouija boards.
I was gonna go with the Dark
The Beastie
Suns,
Boys.
but
Dark Suns. I like the Dark Suns.
Yeah, Dark Suns is
Dark Suns. Cool.
Like that.
you don't like that?
No,
I like it. I'm
Oh.
thinking like their leader got his power when a rift opened, and briefly he saw like a evil-looking realm with like a black sun through it.
He literally saw into the Dark Sun universe.
Yeah.
Rift open, then they saw
Dungeons and
the
Dragons.
Eye of Sauron.
Yeah. Oh, is there a Dark Sun universe?
Yeah, there's a universe called Dark Sun.
Man, and here I thought I was being original. God dang it.
It's quite literally a sun that's under a permanent eclipse in the universe.
I was just picturing a sun that's just completely a black light. Emits nothing but black light.
And we'll say short-tempered and
Avaricious, like they want new magical stuff. Or
for sign.
ooh, that's better.
Waiting for a sign.
They think their leader's like a prophet or something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, that's
Color.
not what I wanted.
So this is essentially like a Jamestown cult / gang.
There.
I was trying to give you an area to type over, but my stuff goes on top of yours for some reason.
Move you guys up a little bit. Cool. So yeah, you definitely know that these symbols. What's the? I guess it maybe it's maybe it's almost like a Lucifer star type thing, like the classic like long T star, but it's like like upside down and or something like that. Like what's their symbol look like?
What about like a stylized like sun, like a corona, with like
Okay.
like a slash through it or something? Like dark sun.
Oh, like maybe they do it in like yellow and then they fill in the inside with black.
Yeah, that would be good too. I guess it could be like tagged like spray paint. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and you recognize that this is gangland for the Dark Sun gang, and your initial understanding or knowledge of them is that they're very short tempered, and that they're almost occulty because their leader preaches to them about waiting for the sign from some ancient being that will bring about change to their group, and that like, their group will be the harbingers or the first ones to welcome this greater being.
Then I guess I'd fill in the rest of the team, and I would say like they are. I would say that, and I'd say like they might sense my magic and attack or something. We probably want to like check the buildings around us, right?
Oh, you act like you're something special.
Are you saying that in character?
Yes.
I guess I would say like these freaks don't care where the magic comes from. Any sort of
Yeah.
magic at all is there.
And I think like when you say that, you hear like this like rhythmic thumping against like metal of like things banging against like car hoods and stuff, like into like almost like this like high pitch like like the think like drums in the deep kind of like where like they're banging in it, and then it suddenly like stops and a guy steps out wearing the classic gang member like tight jeans with holes in it. He's got a mohawk that's like a mix of like black and yellow, like all the way across like his head, and he's carrying a big pipe in one hand, and he's like did I just hear that you said something about something mean about us? He's
I guess
looking
I would say.
right at you, Seth.
I guess I would say. Did I say anything false?
He goes, I don't know. Depends if you have a problem. This is our road, and rule of the city is gotta pay your toll. Federal law.
Do any of you guys say anything? Because if Seth takes the lead, it may not end passively.
I was about to say, federal law also dictates that, you do that for federal tolls. Unfortunately, it's not they haven't set this up. They don't give a flying fruitcake about your toll.
And yay. And he looks at you and he goes, well, sorry to say for you, doesn't seem like they give two shits about your well-being either, dropping you in to come by our toll. Now I don't know about all that fancy shit that this geek over here is saying, but you need to pay up or you ain't going nowhere.
What would I do to roll like an intimidate?
You could do like a deceive or a provoke. Provoke would probably be a good one for that.
Okay, then Seth will kind of look at him, and at this point he's kind of got his hand like on the butt of his gun. What are you gonna say, Zach?
I was going to say, is there some way I can assist him with this?
Absolutely. So what you could do is you can basically spend an aspect of yours to assist him. Basically, you can spend a fate point to give him a +2 to the modifier through an aspect.
So, for instance, I could say that I see this as a challenge, or that he's about to make a challenge, and use my challenge accepted to give him a bonus to that.
Right, because this is a new scene. This is like the blockade scene. And yeah, you could totally spend a fate coin to do that.
So the way I picture my character is kind of like rough and tumble looking guy, and on my back I have an AK-47 and a Mossberg shotgun. And I'm picturing that like I'm standing in the street and I just kind of like very casually kind of have my hand on the butt on the stock of the AK, and he says, why don't you take a good long look at my companions and I and do the math, see if it makes sense to press this issue. And as he finishes the sentence, like the demonic fire will flash behind his eyes, and then I want to roll whatever I want to roll to make him question whether or not it seems worth it to try and get the toll from us. Like, yeah, there's a lot of you. Maybe you'll be all right, but do you really think I'm not going to take you out first?
Okay. Yeah. So you're gonna.
I
go
guess I
ahead
would say to that. I would say, who do you think my first target is going to be?
So you're gonna roll a provoke check, and he's gonna roll against you,
And I can give him a bonus?
and you can basically. So Steven, in that portion where it's like, do you have a modifier? You
Well,
can now put it.
Okay, because I have an aspect of won't back down. I think this would count for that. So does that do anything for me?
If you want to spend a fate point, you can do that.
Oh, but I can do that after I roll, right?
Yeah, you can totally do it after.
Okay. I don't have any provoke, so I just hit all my mediocre skills for 0.
Yeah, you just hit the 0.
Oh shit, that ain't bad.
Well, did you add the fact that I'm helping you as well?
Oh no, what do I do? What do I do with that? Is that like a +1?
So it would be a +2 to that. So you have
Oh.
a +4.
Which is considered great.
Yep.
So what's? I don't think I want to spend a fate point on that. I'm happy with a +4, right?
So he is going to roll.
Oh, it's an opposed roll. Okay.
So he got a 1. However, I'm going to spend one of my fate points on the scene to up that to a 3. So he's now beating you.
But
He's going. He's going
I
to
have a
use
4.
his. Oh, you're right.
So he would
then I
need to
wouldn't spend
re-roll.
it. I would.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't re-roll on that kind of roll. There's no way.
Can you move my token? So my token goes to him too, then, right? Because I helped him, or does that go to the pool?
So
Oh, you
yours.
spent something? Okay.
Yeah, he spent a coin to do that. And yeah, so yeah, he's like, okay, buddy, okay. Listen, I'm not sure you're quite understanding the situation, but we don't need to get too hasty with this. How about we let you go by this one time? But we want some of that ammo you got.
I don't think you're understanding the situation. You can press this issue, and we'll see how this plays out. There's a lot of you. You might win, but do the math. You are going down. You will die. I'm quicker than any of you. I'm willing to bet that, and you will die. There's nothing subtle about my dude. I've been playing Beavis for long enough.
This is just going blunt force.
I'm smart enough that if somebody else wants to stop me mid-sentence, I'm cool with that. But my approach would be to say, look at us, look at you guys. There's a lot of you. You might win, but what are the costs?
Now look
A
at.
lot more than the win of getting some ammo, right?
Now look back at us. Now look back at your guys. Now look back at us. This is a horse. This.
I'm just saying, be logical. Do the cold hard math. Is there any way this situation ends well for you? I guess I wouldn't say the words "I will kill you." I will say, do the math. Is there any way this situation ends well for you, other than stepping off? Let us do our job. Let us remove this dangerous thing from your realm.
So
and pretend you
Steven,
never saw us.
I want to invoke something on you.
Okay. what's
I want to invoke the devil made me do it, and I want you to just shoot this fucker in the face.
Okay. So if I don't do that, I have to lose a fate point.
You lose a fate point.
If I do
Basically,
it, what happens? You
I
just
give
have to
you
deal with the
another
consequences?
fate point.
Oh yeah, I want the fate point.
As I see him pull his gun, can I say, the '80s called. They want their hairdo back.
Yeah.
So I'm picturing my character with 3 guns. He's got an AK on his back. He's got a shotgun on his back. He's got a pistol on his hip. Is that kosher? Can I have that
Sure.
many things?
Sure.
So how far is this guy standing from me?
Close enough.
That does not answer his question.
Yeah, I don't know which gun I'm using.
Whichever one you want, bro. Like, I mean,
Oh,
basically
is he
the
10
devil.
yards or
20 yards from you. Not the pistol. It's basically you could
Okay.
probably pull out the shotgun or the rifle. Probably the rifle would be your
I'm
bet.
thinking I've already got my hand on the rifle.
Yeah,
and-
you've been flaunting the rifle during the conversation.
Yeah, so I would try and just kind of. So he says he pushes it again. I made my roll. I said, "Do your math." He pushed it again, and my reaction to his request for ammo would be to blow him away.
Would be dying of fire.
Here's your ammo. No, here's your ammo.
Just
You
I.
have 1 round.
It's like I. Here's.
Awesome.
So what the hell do I do?
So,
Difficult taint.
so I think you just blow him away because he's standing out in the middle of the open. Hold on. Where is that fucking thing?
Did my good roll in the notice earlier let me know approximately how many of them there are and like where they are?
You can see at least 2 or 3.
So we're not outnumbered like 30 to 1,
No.
unless there's a bunch really well hidden. Okay.
Darn, and here I was hoping for a challenge.
Okay. 1 second. Tell you what, let's do a break real quick. That way I can read up a little bit on this part.
Aight, sounds good.
On timing.
Okay.
So I have 9:20. How about 9:30? So
Sounds good to me.
Works for me.
Catch you guys in 10.
a Monty Python reference, or is it like a band I haven't heard of?
Yeah, it's Monty Python.
Oh, okay.
Airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow, and then an equation.
All I saw was airspeed velocity, so I didn't know if it was like a band I hadn't heard of, or if it was a Holy Grail thing.
That would be a good name for a band, though.
Yeah, right. It sounds like a good ska band name.
It really was.
Actually, it does. I need to bring this up to a friend of mine.
Did somebody add my name to the turn order, or did I accidentally do it correctly?
I did it.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god, there's a turn order. What happened?
Combat.
We shot a guy in the face.
Already? I mean, I'm gone for like, 10 seconds, and we already blow somebody's head off.
Yeah.
That's what happens when I blink.
Devil made him do it.
Well, the devil went down to Georgia.
So I need you to roll a notice roll for me.
Yeah, I didn't want to burn a face.
Oh, I need to roll one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry. Bleep bloop.
Okay, so Seth, you are first.
So, I have an AK-47 with probably like a sickle clip, so I've got like 30 rounds. I just emptied one into the dude in front of us. What do I see? I'm on a street. The street is blocked. I see 3 other people.
So you see a couple hiding behind cars. Like there you see 2 that like you can visibly see that are like kind of like poking out behind cars, and they have guns trained on you. And you see another one that's looking out a window nearby, a little bit of ways off, like maybe 10 yards away-ish.
Like ground floor or high up?
Ground floor. And that's and you see another one that's like kind of near like the back end of one of the trucks where it's not like on fire, who's got a pipe in his hand, and he's kind of like leaning over, peeking, waiting for something to happen, and he's gonna.
And that's taking into account that I rolled like a +3 for notice earlier, or like
that's all of them. I'm not gonna hide any of them from you. These are shitty. Like they're not gonna be able to hide themselves very well.
Who looks like the biggest threat? Like who's got a scary looking gun?
They only have pistols. This looks like a bunch of like low end, shitty punks. I mean, no one's got anything fancy with them.
Okay, so what can we do in a turn in this game? Can I like pop a guy in the window and then like try and dive behind a car?
So there's no thing like cover in this game as far as like for example, cover would be based on how you do in your rolls and stuff. So when you're attacking, it's just a normal attack, right?
So defending is where it determines like how well I'm in cover or not.
Well, I'm saying, but if you roll really well, like when you do the succeed with style, you can add a benefit. And what that benefit is totally up to you. So you could, like, let's say you rolled with style, you could say,
well, I was in the bathroom earlier when you said, hey, how do you roll with style? What's style?
Basically, if you get a 3+ over what's needed, you basically get to create an aspect.
I did so good at it
that you guys can invoke.
So you'll let me know if I get that.
Yeah, I'll tell you. But that's when you could create cover. Like you could say like,
I shoot while diving behind a car or something like that.
Well, you could. I mean, you can make it where it's like you make a situational aspect like that's called take cover, and any one of the party during a roll for like a defense roll could call on that to help. You get it? You got it? Cool. So that's how you create situational things like that. Keep
Okay.
in mind, there are some currently already there.
And those I can
There's-
see on the.
There's the blockade on fire, so like if you
Okay.
wanted to do something with fire, you could. There's difficult terrain, so like there's shit in the way. So you might be able, you could actually say like, hey, difficult terrain, that means there's shit in the way. I could totally use that, and basically you could spend a fate point to take advantage of blockade, difficult terrain for yourself to give you a +2 on a defense roll because
So-
something's in the way.
Like, if the guy with the pipe is charging me, could I spend a fate point and say, like, he has to deal with a difficult terrain and might trip?
Hmm.
Okay,
Like,
cool.
which would basically add to your defense because basically
Okay.
he loses his footing, he doesn't swing as well as he should have because he tripped on a brick
Yeah, that makes sense.
or something like that. That's how you basically create a fluid combat where it's not just, oh, there's a tree on this map and so I stand behind the tree and now I have partial cover. It's no. You guys are constantly using what you see and doing stuff with it. So
Then I guess I opened combat by blowing away the guy that was talking to us because I realized that this wasn't going to have a peaceful ending. I identify the next biggest threat and I try and blow away the guy in the window. So now I roll shoot.
yep. And he's going to roll against you. It's my Dark Suns.
So if I want to use a fate point, can I wait until after he rolls?
Absolutely. You can always wait. with
Okay.
fates. Where's that thing? I accidentally closed the page I had open. Fuck was it?
Are you trying to figure out how he rolls defense or?
Yeah, I don't. I had it and then I closed it by accident on how, because like fight is easy. Fight is reciprocated with fight, but I'm just making sure that shoot doesn't use something else because that'd be a little weird to use shoot against shoot.
Athletics. It's athletics.
Thank you.
I-
Is that on the skill list thing?
Yeah, I had it open earlier and I was like, why would I want to choose athletics over physique?
It's only gonna.
Because it's how good you are at moving your body. Defend. Athletics is a catch-all skill to roll defense in physical combats, close quarters, and ranged attacks.
So, oh shit, did I just roll with style?
So you rolled with style.
Sweet.
I think
So-
it's... wait, maybe I was wrong? I thought it was. I might have goofed.
1 second.
Did I... maybe I got that backwards?
No, you're right, because there's a thing that says you might decide that athletics is inappropriate for defense against firearms or other high-tech ranged weapons in your setting. There really
Oh,
isn't any
yeah.
other skill that defends against them, though. If you make this decision, it would make those weapons very, very dangerous, so it's athletics. Because they're specifically talking about how
That's the bit I was looking for.
to not use it.
I was rereading everything but the box there.
Cool.
Then I
So
guess
yeah,
I'm-
so you succeed with style. So you get to add to the scene basically a one-time aspect that anyone can take advantage of. What do you call it?
Shock and awe. The
Okay, cool.
Dark Suns are so blown away by the fact that we just eliminated two of them immediately that one of them can like fumble their turn.
Well, anyone can use. Oops.
Yeah, so I'm thinking shock and awe, and it would be like the one of the Dark Suns would maybe fumble something.
Yeah. So you guys. I mean, basically this. Here, let me do a little thing. Do this. Okay. So at any point in time, any of you guys could use shock and awe. Actually, Steven, I'll pose this. Do you want to open it up to the group, or is this something just for you?
Oh, I get a choice.
Yeah, you can choose if the group can take advantage
Yeah,
of
I'll
this.
open it up to the group.
Okay, so basically, um, so you see him immediately like train his after the first one goes through. He immediately whips the gun over to a window and blows out and kills another guy that was in the corner of a window, and he created this shock and awe from the Dark Suns. So at any point in time during this scene, you can invoke shock and awe to either help you defend against it, like maybe they're a little bit shaken, or to aid to it, like they don't defend themselves as well because they're terrified of what you guys are capable of. And then it goes away after you're done.
Can you use
Diesel.
Can you use more than one aspect per thing, or
You can, but you can't use the same aspect more than once.
is that per scene or just per time, per iteration? Okay, so since I already used
Shock
challenge
and awe is
accept,
there until somebody uses it in this fight.
Right.
Okay.
Well, shock and awe is here for the blockade scene, and
Yeah.
the moment it gets used, it's gone because it's a
Okay.
one-time thing.
Because they get over their shock
But-
or however you want to.
Right.
so
Well, basically, you take advantage of it, and then they're not shocked and awed anymore.
gotcha. Okay.
But one of the things is that oftentimes you can keep making, like, you can spend shock and awe, and then you would end up creating an advantage from that shock and awe bonus to reinstitute shock and awe again.
Gotcha.
Or,
Kind of roll.
right.
Or
Or
something
you
else that
like
makes sense.
maybe Diesel does an attack, and he gets one, and he could add an additional spot to shock and awe, so that shock and awe would have like 2 spots.
Okay. So who's up next? It's Pita?
Diesel.
No, it's Diesel.
Oh, I thought I was. I keep thinking I'm Diesel. What the hell?
So, you're just jealous of my name. So anyways, there's one that we just shot in front of us, and then another in the window. Which ones are left then? Is it?
There's
Was it
two
two further
behind,
away?
2 with pistols behind the cars, and one near the front of one of the U-Haul trucks, the car trucks, with a pipe. And he hasn't made a move yet.
Okay. Well, I imagine Diesel is equipped very similarly to Seth, assault rifle, shotgun, pistol, with a couple of explosives like grenades on his hip, maybe a flashbang or 2. But he doesn't think these guys are worth it, so he's going to pull out his rifle as well and take a shot at the pipe wielder closer to us.
Okay.
Oh, is the pipe wielder closer to us?
He was about the same as the building.
Oh, well, he's not anywhere now because he's dead.
Oh, no, hold on.
Yeah, no.
Nope.
He's...
Nope.
So wait,
No,
is
he's
that
dead.
2? Is that 2 style, or is this not stacked like that? Because he's +6 over you.
I didn't read anything about creating additional, so we're just gonna treat it like 1 for the course of tonight. Like I said, I'm still reading the book, so this is me getting a handle on how it works and playing with the idea of it and shit like that in case I wanted to play this in the future.
But Diesel gets to shoot him pretty much wherever the hell he wants.
Yeah, Diesel blows his fucking brains out with his shot. But you also get. Do you want to add additional tick to shock and awe, or would you like to create a new
How about scared shitless? They've got to be freaking
How
out.
about something like inspiring leadership or something? Like he's taking charge of the group, sort of directing them of what to do.
How about take command?
Does that work? Take command. That's good.
There. So yeah, so now you guys have 2 abilities, because remember at some point, like maybe there's some role play that's involved, and these don't always have to be in combat. This is for the scene. So like if like let's say like one of the guys goes, okay, I give, like, holy fucking balls, this is so not worth it. You could then be like, you could invest in like shock and awe or take command to do that. Or like maybe one of you says, you know what? They live here. they should totally help us get to the Omega Gardens. You could use like take command to
Take
boost
command.
that. Yeah, to literally take command of them, instead. So like always feel free to do that. I'm giving you some ideas on how that might work in the future. Peter.
Nice.
You're muted.
Oh, that's actually killed off these guys.
So, can I add an aspect whenever I want, as long as I have room for it then, or?
You can have up to 5 total aspects.
So if I say I wanted to add an aspect called "It's dark and I'm wearing sunglasses"?
Totally.
Okay.
But the one thing that I'm gonna have a question with that is what does that mean? Like there's like trust issues and stuff like that. Like I know what those mean, but what is I mean I know the song, but like
He's real stoned and he doesn't want to see his eyes.
yeah,
no.
What's that do?
I was just gonna say it describes the fact that my character is always wearing sunglasses regardless of the scenario.
I would almost say like it's dark and I'm wearing sunglasses would be like a stunt.
Okay.
And like that would be like anytime that you want like what's a good skill for that?
Anytime you make a pun, you gotta put your glasses on.
This
No,
notice?
anytime you need to make a rapport check, like it's dark and I'm wearing sunglasses, or I don't know.
Is that? Oh yeah, charm. Yeah, definitely. those kind of.
Yeah, I think that'd be better for that kind of thing.
Then that's okay. Either way, that gets pretty much what I wanted anyway. I just liked it. Okay. So there's one dude left.
2 dudes.
There's 2
The ones with the pistols that are behind the barricade.
So okay, so my guy is kind of the adventurous type, so he just kind of has whatever the heck he just feels like having on him, regardless of whether or not it's going to be effective. So I'm just going with the fact that he's just holding multiple pistols, regardless of whether or not he actually knows what he's doing with them.
So you could have like a 22, a 9, a 45, and
I was-
a 357 Magnum.
I was gonna go with like I was thinking like a pair of like the highest caliber things he could find, just because, and then just an assortment of just other things.
You know what the judge is? The big ass Taurus revolver. I'm
Yeah.
asking that.
I don't know guns at all. I know it.
Yeah, I figured you would know it, Sean. It's a big fucking pistol. It would be like a little too big to fit in your palm, probably, and the barrel comes out like what a foot, John. It's huge, right?
It makes a Desert Eagle look small.
Oh god.
It's the gun that you get if you want to be comical.
You can also hold bullets that are basically shotgun shells that shoot out of a revolver.
It'll drop a full-grown bore in one round, pretty much no matter where you hit it.
Like he wants. Sorry, he wants the biggest revolvers he could possibly have, like the biggest caliber ones
Yeah.
that he could possibly hold in each hand.
Well, if
like
it's
a
each
50
hand, then
caliber.
they're just using
Your
357 Magnum.
character role playing Riley.
No.
Well, what if his character is like 8 feet tall? He could use 2 judges. How big is your character?
3, 4. No.
Oh my god, I thought of an aspect for you, Peter. I know how to do this, or I've learned how to do this in D&D.
I'm adding that right now.
I think that'd be hilarious. So anything that like makes sense in a fantasy world, you would know how to do it.
How about like
because you
roll
played
for it?
D&D.
Yeah.
Well, it's an aspect, so he gets to invoke it to give him bonuses.
Yeah, but I was thinking as like a clever title, like roll for it.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's just gonna pull out. He would have at least one of those because that's hilarious. Because
There's no reason to have 2. There's no beyond flavor. So
yeah, it's there for flavor. That's the whole reason it's
Yeah,
there.
I think like and totally you have like that like back holster and you just like pull this like gigantic fucking revolver out and you like set yourself and you aim at one of these guys and fire it.
So that's shoot.
Yep.
Okay, I don't have shoot anywhere because that makes sense.
I think it totally makes sense. I think it's fucking hilarious.
No, that's why. So
And I am going to spend one of my fate points and take advantage of difficult terrain, i.e. the cars, to give them a +2 to this.
well, I was like, can I use the fact that they're on fire to say that they don't get advantage on it?
No.
'Cause
But
the-
you could say
can't-
like
you can use shock and awe, right?
shock and awe.
Okay.
You can use shock and awe.
I'm gonna use shock and awe then because you know this is a big gun.
Okay, shock and awe's gone, so you get a +2 to your modifier.
No, I just type in the number 2 then.
Well, no, doesn't it
Yeah.
even out? Doesn't it just get a 0? Because
Boom.
That is all I got was the 2.
you can roll a or you can spend a fate point to re-roll it, right? Is it
So
worth it?
if you wanted, I mean, let's look at Peter. You have not. You did already use challenge accepted here. You can't use
Yes. But I could use. I've learned how to do this in D&D.
that. No, because D&D is fantasy stuff. Fight
we
you
played
on that.
D&D with Riley.
Riley has guns.
No.
This one's just massive.
I'm gonna say no on that one. I'm leaning towards like high fantasy. No black powder.
Oh. I mean, I'll just take it either.
Ooh, wait,
He's a
can the
super
reason
nerd.
that
He's only
Beavis
played
is
like
gone-
second ed.
Can the reason that Beavis is gone next week be that he's trying to synthesize black powder?
Whatever.
Cool.
I'm good with that. I mean, probably I'm gonna make your guy freeze because you currently are all undergoing hypothermia while walking through the forest.
Oh, yeah, I forgot I couldn't just be in a lab. Alright, never mind.
Yeah. So I succeeded with style against you. So I'm going to write out something for them. They ain't that tough for me. So my Dark Sun boys, they now spell, John. You can spell. There we go. They ain't that tough. So I've created an advantage for me. So you fire off, and the shot just goes hella wide. Like it doesn't even come remotely close to the person that you were aiming at. As far as the shot goes there, Peter. Okay, Dark Suns. So there's 2 of them. One is going to shoot at Diesel, and one's going to shoot at Seth. Seth, they're going to spend their they ain't that tough against you for a +2, so we'll start with you.
That
So they're
seems
gonna
fair.
shoot.
Scared the crap out of him.
Yeah. So they're gonna try to come after you with a vengeance.
So both of them are gonna try to shoot me?
No, just one.
So they rolled a 6.
6.
Ooh. So what do I roll? Athletics against this?
You roll athletics, yeah.
And that's only +2, so I'm probably gonna get that. Alright, so I rolled a +2. So I
Okay.
can either fail or spend a fate point to try and roll it again. Right?
So what you can do is that you can take the brunt of it, or you can say like you have not used won't back down, so you could invoke I won't back down. Like even though you get hit to maybe like negate the damage, like oh it didn't hurt that much because I'm not gonna just back down from getting hit. You know,
So
like
I
you
just
could
kind of
totally do
wouldn't
that.
take as much damage from it. I would shrug off the pain.
Right, basically your or tunnel vision would probably work too. Like you know once I'm on a mission and I'm gonna kill and nothing's gonna stop me. You know, like you
I
can
like
totally
tunnel
bullshit
vision.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's now your next target. So you can spend one of your tokens. So you want to do that?
So I have to spend a token to use one of the aspects?
So now you've used
okay,
tunnel
okay.
vision.
I
and
see.
you have the option of either bumping it up to a 4, which
Mhm.
means that you would only take 2 damage, or
And you wouldn't get style.
and I wouldn't get style, or you could re-roll.
No,
But
I'm
I
gonna just
don't
take the
think
2 damage.
with what you
yeah.
had, I would not, because you rolled a mean as far
Yeah.
as rolling goes.
Yeah, I'm
So you're
going
pretty
to just take the 2 damage. So how do I apply that 2 damage to my character?
Okay,
In physical
so
stress?
under physical, you have the option.
Yeah.
You can either take a minor consequence.
Well, I have physique +4. Does that change anything?
That just means that you can take that much before you're out of the fight.
Oh, okay.
So basically, you can take 2 physique damage, or you could
Mhm.
take a minor consequence, which is like, a shot to the shoulder would be like a minor consequence.
I'll just take 2 physical damage.
Okay.
So I check mark my 2 box.
You got
Okay.
it.
Cool. So
All
yeah,
right.
I like that idea. Cool.
Diesel. They're gonna take a shot at you.
Okay. Versus athletics.
With a 2.
Oh wow, you rolled really good, John. I didn't realize how good you rolled
Uh,
against me. He only had him.
Yeah.
Damn.
Okay, so you will take 2. However, if you want, you could spend an aspect, or you could make a new aspect, because you don't really have it. I don't think you really. I mean, actually, you could. Like, you could totally pitch to me that agent of the UN EDF would work on this. If you can sell me on that, you could spend a coin to basically negate that to 0 damage.
Well, I would pitch it as him coming from a military style background,
Mm-hmm.
more or less. He's used to combat situations, and his instincts would kick in. His training would pay off, and he would be able to maybe not avoid being hit entirely, or just barely dodge, but avoid anything vital being hit.
Yeah, totally. So that, like, the moment that it's trained on you, you start moving, because moving is the way to best dodge getting hit. Like, hitting a moving target's like fucking impossible. And so you just start moving as fast as
Right.
you can until you hear the crack of his gun, and then it's your turn. Yeah, sounds good. So you negate that to 0. Top of the round, Seth. There's still 2 of them alive.
There's no way I can shoot 2 in 1, like if I take a disadvantage or something?
No, nothing like that.
Okay. Can you like dual wield or something and try and shoot 2 people?
Um,
I don't have 2 pistols, so I can't do that, but like could Zach do it? Because he has 2
So-
pistols.
So under normal circumstances, there's a thing called mob in the game. It's one of the things I was looking up how to handle for me, dealing with the fact that I created 4 NPCs and I didn't have to roll for all of them, right? And the way that mob works is basically if there are 3 or more, you could hit all of them at the same time. But right now there's only 2.
Okay,
I
so they're
split them into
individuals.
2 separate groups. Basically, the ones that were closest to you and the 2 that are furthest from you. There's 2 separate groups. I could have looped them all together, but then
Yeah.
all of them would attack a single target. So
Yeah,
they would be
okay.
getting like a +4 to all of their dice rolls on a single one of you. So I didn't want to do that.
So
Ouchie.
last round, 1 shot me and 1 shot Diesel.
Yeah.
Okay, then
So right now they're treating themselves like they're individuals. Is what I'm
yeah.
saying.
How far are they from us? Like 20 yards, you said?
20 yards.
Okay. So can we say that I'm picturing, because this is like modern day, so I could have like the nicest of current military gear,
Sure.
right?
I mean, we're going into stunt category, but for some of this, maybe.
I don't mean like I pull out a grenade launcher. I just mean like I could relatively quickly switch between my weapons because there's some sort of like
Yeah,
holster
no problem.
system on my back. Okay. Then
That's all flavor.
yeah, that's what I figured. All right, then I would like to after I shoot the guy in the window, start charging them and pull out my shotgun. And when he kind of hits me, he wings me, and because I do that like fight through it thing, I
Tunnel
just kind of
vision.
keep
Yeah,
charging. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I just want to try and blow away the guy that shot me with
Yeah.
the,
So you're
the boss bird.
okay. Cool. Let's do it. Give me a roll.
Shoot here. I have to minimize all my windows to click submit. All right, +4.
Okay. So I'm gonna roll, and I have a 1. And I think I'm gonna spend 1 and take advantage of the blockade being on fire, as it's harder to get a good shot because like there's flames in the way and there's heat involved, and you're trying to get within close range of them, to make that into a 3 so that they only take 1 damage. That person only takes 1 damage.
So then, can I spend 1 and say that because they're short-tempered, he stood up to shoot at me, and he's easier to see, and I can hit him like center mass?
Totally,
So
it just
make-
takes a coin.
Yeah, so it makes my 4 a 6.
Yeah,
Then I'm taking one. I'm spending one of my coins.
cool.
Good.
So
So I'll use short-tempered. So yeah, yes, it's harder to shoot him, but he stood up to shoot me because he's
yeah,
short-tempered.
so he would have been okay, but he's short-tempered, and he was excited that you're running towards him because now the shot's easier, and he stood up, and then you just blew him away. So that was 3 damage. That's enough to kill him. So he goes down.
And I can add a style thing. So can I just add another
Yeah.
one back to shock and awe?
Yeah, we could totally do the shock and awe again.
Okay,
Where's
that's all my stuffs. So there's one dude left, right? And I'm probably relatively close to him by now.
Yeah, you're the closest to him.
Okay. All right. If nobody kills him, I'm gonna beat him to death with my shotgun.
Alrighty, Diesel.
Just gonna hit him with your shotgun.
That's the plan.
Okay, so I'm not gonna charge in like our demon-possessed friend. Use friend in quotation marks.
Yeah.
Instead, I'm going to just stay where I am and try to make a more precise shot.
Okay. Give me a roll. Whoa.
Dang. Good job.
Pretty good.
Nope. Nope. He goes down. Yeah, so you line up a shot with your rifle
2 for 2.
and you catch him right between the eyes with a shot. Dead center, and he goes down. All the Dark Suns are dead.
Peter would like to attempt to twirl his pistol and blow on the barrel before sheathing it.
Sweet. I think that's gonna be a rapport thing.
Well, you know, I do.
Rapport is just not like conversation between two people. It's kind of just like.
It's
But-
everything that involves rapport.
But it is dark, and I am wearing sunglasses.
Yeah, because there's clouds overhanging. I mean, there's a storm going on right now, so it is dark. And you are wearing sunglasses, so you could get a +2 to this.
Oh, that's 20. That's not 2. Got a 4.
A mediocre roll. Oh, it's a mediocre skill. Never mind.
I kept 3 pluses on it, 1
Four
minus.
is great, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's really fucking. You look really cool whirling around this fucking retardedly large revolver.
So you didn't actually kill anybody, but we almost forget that because of how cool you look.
Exactly.
Like he must have been effective. Look at how amazing. He
I feel like he's doing like almost like the western like what a wow, wow wow wow, you know.
yeah, that's what I was picturing.
With a gun like the size of my arm, you know.
Or like he's humming like Eye of the Tiger or something while he does it. Yeah, awesome.
So you're
yeah.
telling me that Peter is Star-Lord.
Yeah, right. Star-Lord before he goes through a rift.
Before we finish, I wanna look around and make sure there's nobody. Like just in character, I would look around and make sure there's nobody else. But you told us, so we don't need to make a roll or anything, right? There's enough. That's all of them.
Well, there's no combatants. Let me put it like that. Like, there's no like, if you want to search around for like
Other
maybe
Dark
they had
Suns.
supplies, or I mean, remember
Ooh.
this is like people live here, so maybe there are other people in these buildings. But as far as combatants are concerned, I did not hide anything from you. Like, for example, if let's say someone was shooting at you from cover, I would have named that person sniper, and they would have had special abilities called like, you know, one shot, one kill, and things like
Okay.
that. And so, or you know, where'd that shot come from, to like basically prevent you from discerning them. Like, that's how that game works. Is like, I never, as the DM, hide anything from you, but I set up stuff to basically fight you when you try to identify the shit that you obviously know as the person versus the character.
So it's not like D&D where there might be
Thing with invisibility.
Yeah. Okay.
But I could have a thing with invisibility, but it would have an I'm invisible motherfucker as an aspect,
Okay.
which would make it harder for you to hit it. Things like that. And then basically I would make it like with 3 charges. So like I could do it multiple times versus like just once. Kind of like your shotgun only has once. Like,
Yeah.
like this bitch is invisible with 3 boxes, and I would fill those in as they got used.
Okay.
And that would give it like a +2 on all of its saves as it's fighting you, you know, until it gets used. And then maybe it's bleeding enough at that point that the invisibility doesn't work or something like that. So it's always openly clear to you guys what's going on.
So are these cars far enough apart that we can slip through them without getting burnt?
Around the sides, you could.
Yeah. Okay.
But
Then I would.
it's mainly intended for like vehicular like
Yeah.
barricades.
So you
versus,
can't just
like,
charge
player.
through it.
Yeah. And
Then I
like
would
no one
pop
could
my
run through it.
magazine
You
out.
have to go around the sides, kind of thing.
Okay. Then I would reload my AK, throw it on my back, and I would keep moving without even checking to see if they're following me.
Cool. Wipe all that out. So, oops, there we go. Oh, we're gonna make that little bigger.
Actually, I think you would nod at Diesel, because Diesel took out as many, or oh no, you took out 2 and I took out 3. Yeah, he would nod at Diesel, and then he would keep moving.
Okay.
Diesel would not return the gesture. He does
I
not
thought you-
trust anyone with the rift.
Yeah, I was gonna say I actually.
Yeah, that's what I was
Diesel-
gonna say. I didn't think you would like my character.
I want to invoke this. I want to create a distrust between your 2 characters, and I would like to give you a fate point to say something disgusting or scathing to Seth because of your trust issues with Rift Beams.
I feel like you would say something like, "Violence always is your kind's first answer, isn't it?"
Oh yeah. Oops, I think that's it. Yeah, and ultimately where I'm kind of going with this, Steven, is like, if you create future aspects in combats or things like that, maybe you don't give them to Jay to use. Like,
Okay.
is kind of what I mean. Like, you can totally do what you want, how you character was, but
I don't.
that's
I
where I
don't
was going
think
with.
Seth would give a shit. I don't think he would care that he doesn't like him, as long as we're on the same team.
Cool.
Oh, isn't that sweet?
I don't mean in like a camaraderie sense. I mean like as long as we have the same goal. Like if our goals differ, I'll off him if I have to. But for now, I don't give a shit what he thinks as long as we're working together. I would nod again. I would just nod again.
Just acknowledge that you hurt him.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah. So
And
you
as
guys,
I nod, that fire flashes behind my eyes again.
yeah, a little bit of the flicker of the
Yeah.
flame.
Peter charges forward.
And you guys don't know if it's just the flame of the barricade, the blockade, or if it's like internal.
Infernal.
Yeah, the infernal flames in his head.
Internal.
Infernal flames. That'd be a good aspect.
And Zach is just like, how the fuck Like, or your character's just like, how did I end up with these guys?
Oh no. He just thinks that he's just so cool. He keeps moving forward.
Yeah.
It just doesn't even acknowledge what just happened between you two.
Yeah, because he knows how to deal with this from D&D. He's probably had a campaign where he's partnered up with a demon. He knows how this ends. Eventually, the demon turns on him and he shoots them in the back. He's ready for it.
And just remember, because he's learned this in D&D, he's already prepared by just stockpiling as many guns as he can possibly carry on him. So he's got he's ready for this.
Tell you, Silence 22 in his shoe, the giant pistol on the hip.
Nah, yeah, there's just a bunch of just.
Yeah, Zach,
So
I clarified your stun.
onwards.
I clarified your stun a little bit more so that it's dark and I'm wearing sunglasses. A +2 to report checks while in dark environments.
Not while wearing sunglasses.
I'm always gonna assume you're wearing sunglasses, so it's while you're in dark environments.
Okay.
Because that's how a stunt's supposed to work.
Okay.
It's you get a +2 to a skill under this very specific situation.
Gotcha.
And so I figure you're always wearing the sunglasses, but it's not always the fact that it's dark out.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm okay with that.
Cool. So you guys progress on, and you finally reach the Omega Gardens. This is, as far as size is concerned, probably a little bit smaller than like Central Park in New York City. As far as size, actually, it's a lot smaller because fucking Central Park's gigantic. Think more like Boston Commons, if anyone's ever been to the Boston Commons. You can kind of see, like,
I
it's
fought a
basically
mutant behemoth there one time.
yeah, totally. You totally did, because it's like 5 blocks in size. So that ain't no small park as far as things go. And when you reach the edge, you see that a lot of it is smoking, and some of the trees have been split from lightning strikes in the area. What do you guys do?
I'd like to roll a notice check.
Sure.
That was my thinking too.
High rolling tonight. I notice nothing because I'm wearing sunglasses.
So Diesel, you're the only one that really notices anything as far as this is concerned. You notice that the way that the trees are split is a little odd. It's almost like a pattern, but you're not quite sure what pattern it is. It's almost like they're going off in these lines, like angles, off into the Omega Gardens, where lightning has struck, like in these uniform locations. Instead of it just being random, there's a pattern that this has struck the gardens with. And off in the distance, the far distance, there's a emission of a sickly purplish green light that is common for where the rifts tear open in reality. Like, probably it's still active.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, first I'll turn to Peter and say, "You're the nerd. Can't you figure out the pattern to these?"
Investigation.
I'm gonna go with, since I don't. Can I just add that to my skills list then? I mean, I'm a computer person. I do a lot of debugging. I have to kind of, search through things.
I would actually say you could invoke, I've learned how to do this in D&D for this specific example.
You know what?
I would let you do it.
I'll take advantage of it. So just mediocre and then +2?
I mean, to be fair, like, because I mean, I'll be straight with you. We only have like an hour and 45 minutes left. You still have fairs that are open that you could put this.
Yeah,
in?
that's what I was gonna do.
Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. I missed that you said fair. Yeah, if you want to type that in and roll a fair and then spend a fate point on this.
Yep, let's do it. This is investigation, right? That's what it's called?
Yeah.
Okay.
Investigation.
So then I get a +2 on that.
And that was you spending a coin.
So I roll a 5.
There's definitely a pattern here, and almost immediately you're like, it goes off in the two directions, and so you start to walk forward a little bit, and then you come to a cross section, and that's when you figure it out that this isn't a pentagon.
Oh, goody.
And what you're actually seeing is the classic demonic, the upside down star pentagram type thing.
I relay this information to the party. Wait, so the trees are like all burnt out in the shape of a pentagram.
They're burnt to create the lines so that the entire Omega Gardens is creating a pentagram.
Oh, goody.
And from what you can tell, that portal, the rend in reality, is coming from its center.
It's always coming from the center. Oh, well, ladies and gents, here they be demons. Ugh.
Does this seem like it was? What's in the pentagram pattern? The rift, like breaks.
The trees have been struck by lightning, so they are burned into the pattern of a pentagram within the Omega Gardens, with the rift, the tear in reality, at its center.
I want to ask my demon if he knows what is happening here.
Cool. So I feel like we need to create a new aspect or something for this.
MPD.
Or maybe even a stunt. Like, I'd be okay with a stunt. Like,
talks to spirits or something.
like I think like a stunt called like Crossroad Conversations.
Yeah, that's better.
Where anytime you deal with
I gotta give them something.
No, like anytime you deal with demonic influence, you can get a +2 investigation check by conversing with the demon that possesses you.
That makes sense.
That's your stunt. Is basically that. I mean, as far as things go with like him doing shit to you, he's got the devil made me do it. I can just buy into that. Like I can buy that when I want. And also, let me create some scene stuff for you guys. So, we got Omega Gardens, Rift to Hell, Unseen Magic, and Power Corrupts. I think those are some good things for the Omega Gardens to sit on.
So I guess we should do investigation checks.
So it's an investigation check because you're conversing with this devil and he's going to do that. But the reason I wanted to throw a couple of these things in is because you could invoke some of these things in the Omega Gardens. Like, there's a rift to hell, there's unseen magic, the power corrupts. Maybe you let that power corrupt you a little bit more. So you sell a little bit more. That your soul is constantly warring with this possession, and you let it slip just a little bit more, like a tasty appetizer.
Like, since I only rolled a 2, maybe I would sell a little more.
Right.
And he would give me that extra.
Right. Like, you're opening yourself up to him a little bit more because you're in his area of influence. If you wanted to do that.
Yeah. Well, what I was looking for was like maybe what's the goal of the demons here? Like, why is it in a pentagram? But I got a 2, so do I notice anything about that?
Um. Well, this is a. Are you?
I
So
don't want to. No, I don't want to do the sell my soul thing. I'm just gonna take the
where's your
+2 from the
your
stun.
Seth? Investigation at a 2.
Yeah. Oh shit!
You
What
got
were
a
you investigating,
-2,
Peter?
so
You got a
you were
5.
0. So then you got a +2
That was the
from
pentagram.
Crossroad Conversations.
Oh.
Cool. Okay, so you're just sitting at a 2.
Yeah.
You're not able to figure out what's going on here with a 2.
I look at the other guys and shrug my shoulders.
I'm assuming the lightning is still happening throughout all of this.
Yeah, but it's striking around the area. It's not striking into this forest right now. Not into the woods.
How far away are we from the portal? Or the rift?
300, 400 yards.
It's too far to throw a rock at.
Can always get closer.
Well, why don't we check out this thing? I would like to start moving towards it. Like, is it just kind of like a barren, like are all of the trees that, I mean, it's a park, right?
Mhm.
So there are trees everywhere. They're just burnt trees in the shape of a pentagram with the normal ones not being touched.
Yeah, it's the classic, like, the lightning strikes and the tree, like, peels and
Yeah.
burns and stuff like that. Like, that, they all are cut and burned in the pathings in these lines towards
But the ones that
one
are,
another.
but the ones that are not in the lines are perfectly fine.
Yeah, totally fine.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was the case.
I mean, sometimes some leaves are a little bit burned because lightning and
Yeah,
all that, but
within
nothing else is touched except for the ones that make this pentagram. So you progress further.
yes.
Okay. I think that's a good point to call a break.
Man, that means we're about to fight something.
No, it's I need to fucking take a pee and grab more beer and figure out how I want the story to go.
Works for me.
Cool. So I have 10:24. Does anyone is 6 minutes good? Basically at 10:30.
Works for me.
6.5 minutes.
Sure. Always Steven, man, breaking my balls. So, you begin approaching the rift, and as you do so, I have a couple questions for some of you. Diesel, why is it that you have trust issues with rift beings? What's the story behind that? Did something
Well,
happen?
First off, I'm assuming that the rift stuff has only happened recently, like in the past decade, right?
Last 5 years.
Okay. So yeah, when they first started popping up, his family was in one of the hot zones, like in Europe or something, and
cool.
they were killed in one of the first strikes. So he resents them all for that, for taking his family away.
So was it a rift that did it, or was it like one of those things where they got quarantined and then like they carpet bombed the location as like a how to react to the problem? It's just, slash and burn.
He doesn't know. The carpet bombing happened, but he's not sure if they were dead or not before that happened.
Right. The area got so overrun by whatever it was that he doesn't know what got to them first.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. What was the problem from the rift? What was the rift doing that caused this issue? I mean, slash and burn is pretty excessive.
It was like a horde of creatures. I'm not
Bees.
sure exactly what I'd say. Something like
Zergling type things.
Yeah, Zerglings. Exactly. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay, cool.
Just
some
these really fast,
bug
vicious creatures that just overran it almost instantly.
Cool. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and the best way that they felt that they could handle it was just to blow up the whole area. And then basically you can't trust them, because why would you ever want to work beside the things that killed your family or led to the death of your family? All right.
Mm-hmm.
Seth, how did you get possessed by a demon?
I picture myself.
I was just trying to be ridiculous.
That's
I was thinking.
my favorite.
Pause for a second. Think about it while I talk with Jay again. Jay, I was thinking maybe a good aspect is maybe it would override your trust issue thing, but maybe the only good rift being is a dead rift being. Might be an interesting
I don't
aspect.
think that's quite as appropriate, because he is willing to work with like Seth when he's ordered to, or when he has to.
Then how
like
about
he is willing to?
How about I'll do anything to save someone from the rift?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Like maybe you're trying to you're
hand.
transposing your guilt for your family onto like other people, and so any chance you get to try to save them from the rift is something that you'll do. I'm just trying to create more aspects so that we have more things to pull on in our game going forward.
Yeah, I like that.
So Seth, how did you get a demon stuck in your noggin?
I'm thinking I was a patrol cop in this area of the city when shit started popping off, and one of the first rifts opened up, and maybe before the rifts opened up in a big way, there were like small pockets that opened up, and a particularly nasty demon slipped out and into me.
Like so it opened up in you, like maybe the rift opened through you, and
that idea sounds good. So the demon just kind of found himself.
When it walked through, it walked right into your body.
And I'm thinking like maybe I'm strong enough willed that it couldn't just immediately take over. So we've kind of come to like an uneasy. We're kind of in a constant Mexican standoff, right? Because this demon, it's evil, but it realizes that to take over would probably do so much damage that my body would be useless. So it's happy to just kind of ride along and occasionally like push me towards evil.
Yeah. So here I'm just coming up with weird stuff. How about like the Rift and I are one?
Yeah, because the rift came up inside of me.
Yeah. I'm trying to fill out
Yeah,
some
that
of these
makes
things
sense.
so that we can pull because you guys haven't taken advantage of each other's stuff yet, and I'm thinking there's Jay and you have this like phenomenal like dichotomy that I'd love to play off of a little bit because like one of the things I mean one of the fun things can be like with Jay like if you hate Rift being so much, nothing would be more hilarious than you blowing a coin to make Steven do something he probably doesn't want to do so your character hates him even more or distrusts him or whatever like you can almost use it like as a self-fulfilling thing like you have trust issues with Rift beings and you can just solidify that over and over by buying Steven to do shit he doesn't want to do like especially if you have like I'll do anything to save someone from the Rift just have Steven fucking slit a kid's throat or something like
Damn.
you know like
Yeah.
just you know buy into like he doesn't have control he's a walking bomb
Maybe he
and
thinks
I
he has
know
control.
yeah and I know it you know kind of thing so I think that'd be fun to kind of play with so Peter
Good I might.
the fuck is a web developer on this team
He's bored.
but he had to qualify himself in some fashion.
I mean, I'm gonna go with something along the lines of he was. I mean, you said it's 5 years, right? So he was kind of around when, like, I mean, just doing his daily, you know, normal job when things started happening. So he's just kind of considered, you know, an expert because he was there, somehow survived, and he's just riding it. He's just along for the ride at this point. Whether or not he actually is useful or not, he's just there.
like a participant by proxy.
Yeah, like he's just been like consistently around for everything, and so people seem to think that he's good for something in these scenarios. So he's just like whatever. He enjoys just the excitement that he gets from it, and just rolls.
So here's one for you. Maybe have an aspect that is often overlooked, or I don't know, something like that. Like no, like of the three of you, you do not look like the threat of the group, and maybe they're willing to overlook you
What?
because why would they not? You know, like you know, it's the classic George Carlin joke. It's like it's the quiet ones you need to watch. And then he goes, but if a guy walks into a bar and starts shooting into the ceiling and he screams, I'm going to kill every motherfucker there, I'm not going to be paying attention to the nerd in the corner. So, I don't know, I'm just trying to come up with a couple extra things that we can play with since these are one-shot characters.
I gotcha. I'll throw it down.
Yeah, cool. So let me change this unseen magic.
Or maybe instead of that, just put along for the ride.
Yeah, but I don't know how we'd play that one, but the often overlooked totally can be played a little bit more, I think.
Okay, cool. I'll roll with it.
That's how I feel. I mean, like, you could totally, like, sell it to me, but often overlooked totally has, like, this, like, good play with things. Footage. There we go. Okay, so you guys progress on into the Omega Gardens, and you come up to where the rift is, and to give you an idea, or maybe we can build it together. I imagine like the rift to have like purples and greens, like those usually those colors like together are like disgusting colors. Like that's why they're used for the Zerg and StarCraft.
Wait.
Yeah.
Your mechs.
My mech. Except for those have orange with them too.
Sometimes.
Neon orange, neon green, and neon purple are my mechs. But yeah. I think that it's got like maybe the glow is green, but the overall portal is purple with like green veins warping through it, and it's all jagged and ripped, like it literally tore open in like reality. space. Find the invisible cow. Okay. I'll look at that later. That was really weird. And stumbling out into where the opening is, you can see that when the rift came about, the trees got blown back, almost like a shockwave. Like they're all like tilted and bent and cracked away from where this portal is, and surrounding the portal are a number of people in robes, all prostrate. Prostrate.
I was
Not
gonna say.
Oregon.
I was gonna say. One of those is a dick move.
Yeah. Yeah. There we go. All prostrate on the ground, speaking in front of this portal in some unseen, some warped language, and it's kind of like one of those things. Like even like they're talking, like it's like it would be like speaking Arabic into a fan and having an English person try to understand it. Like the air itself is warping their words. The magic of what's being said is warping their words.
I would like to walk forward and start mocking them by going wololo, wololo.
I was waiting for the ba na weep gra na weep mini bomb, but yeah, that's good too.
What is that one from?
Transformers, the universal language for we come in peace.
That one I understood Wololo, but I didn't.
It was the 1989 Transformers movie when they would give the Energon gum to the aliens throughout the movie, and they would always go ba na weep gra na weep nini bomb.
I was -4 years old, so
yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I'm old. It's a really good movie though. Totally should watch it. Optimus Prime dies.
And like that, you've killed the entire movie.
Well, doesn't he do that like a lot?
Yeah.
He did that one time prior to Michael Bay.
Now
I don't know after Michael Bay, but I know at least once in Michael Bay movies.
I think I've seen like half of those, and he's died like 3 times. So
yeah, exactly. Because Michael Bay doesn't know how to have a proper storyline. He just likes to make things explode.
The dude is an excellent cinematographer, though. Like his movies are pretty. He's a good director. He just
if you
really
can
needs somebody else writing the
switch
story.
narrative importance off in your brain,
Yeah,
they are
he's
beautiful
amazing.
to watch.
Yeah.
Explosions, like all the spinning parts in Transformers are phenomenal. Totally fucking useless. It's like what? They would malfunction every time they transformed if they had that many parts. That's why I like the old 1980s cartoons, because like their bodies actually have like a reason, and they're shaped normal.
Yeah. Anyways,
so yeah, you walk out, and so this I would consider that at this point. Actually, let me change this from the Omega Gardens to the Rift. So this is a new scene. So everyone's stuff is available and whatnot like that. So what do you guys do? You see a number of cloaked figures prostrate on the ground, praying in front of this rift. Peter walks out and just starts
mocking them.
waving his arms around and making like joke shit to them. What do the two of you do? Diesel and Seth?
I would start shooting them, but I'm not going to do that yet. You said there's people that are prostrate in front of this stuff?
I mean,
yeah, maybe I have my shotgun out, and I'm just kind of following Peter.
yeah, I'm going to actually pull one of my grenades out and get ready to pull the pin as we approach.
Okay, so one thing, Seth. I think another. Is it Seth? No, it's Diesel. One thing I think would be a fun stunt for you is something like. Make them burn like my family. or make them burn like my home. Like make them burn like my home would be a good stunt, and that's anytime you deal with a what did Steven call them? Or no, what did you call them? You called them a rift being. Anytime you deal damage to a rift being riot, you get a +2 one time per scene. Basically, and that'll be your grenade. It's basically you have like an
Anytime you
immolation.
deal damage to a rifting riot, get +2 what?
You get a +2 once per scene. So basically, anytime there's like a group of people where I would consider them a riot, you can basically throw a Molotov type grenade or something, some immolation grenade that would give you a +2 on the damage in one scene. So basically, you carry like one of those a scene. You can throw one of those a scene.
Nice. Okay.
I think that would be a good stunt for you.
I like it.
Cool. Yeah. So you have you've prepped your grenade. Seth has racked his shotgun and he's slowly working his way out there. And as you begin to get close, I'd probably say like maybe 60, 70 feet, Peter. From almost out of nowhere, two figures step out and put their hands forward silently in a stop gesture to you. You're muted.
I said, I would like to respond with, is it hammer time already?
Stop. Hammer time.
Oh, wait. So,
On behalf of Nate.
do you do that actually on behalf of Nate, or just because you just want to?
A little bit of both, actually.
Little column A, little column B?
For Nate.
So, do they do anything? Do they respond to my quip?
I'm filling out some stuff about these guys as it pops into my head. Literally everything about this entire campaign is ad hoc for me, so. You get to see me like in my infinite like speed action is trying to like formulate shit with zero prep. They stop you and one in a gruff voice goes, "What is your purpose here besides sacrilege?"
Well, that
I think it's mostly just sacrilege.
do you say that?
No.
Well, that depends on your definition of sacrilege. Is it a male or female?
A guy.
That
This one's a guy.
that depends on your definition of sacrilege, sir.
Your arm waving about will not aid in anything that we are seeking to bring about here.
And what exactly is that you're seeking to bring about?
The summoning of the one, the entity that will bind us all through fire, like our dark sun.
Well, hot dang! I'm kind of surprised here, because I mean that sounds like
admitted that we gotta kill you.
it's like now that sounds like a problem because you see me and the two guys, heavily armed guys behind me. See, we're here because that's actually a bad thing, and that needs to be that's a big no.
Do we have like some sort of inter-team radio communication that we can do without it being too obvious to everybody else?
No, I'm not thinking like I know what you're talking about, like those like sub-vocal like mics that like are on your vocal cords kind of thing.
Yeah.
No, you guys don't have those.
Okay.
You're not that spec.
So it's not that high tech. Okay. So we might have like earpieces, but I'd have to like whisper.
Yeah, you totally have earpieces. Like, I would assume like you totally have like the head gear that like where you can talk like at low frequency, but not like
But we don't have
where
any sort of
it's-
sub like 440k.
yeah,
okay.
yeah, none of that. So Diesel. Actually, hold on. Let me see.
I mean, Seth has already decided all these dudes are gonna die. But
Yeah.
he's gonna wait for the rest of the team to
Diesel.
make the call.
I think. Oh, you added no such thing as overkill. Oh, you guys are fucking hardcore.
I mean, this is a group of people trying to summon another rifty entity.
So I want to invoke something on you, Diesel. I want to invoke on you. I'll do anything to save someone from the rift. And I want you to recognize that probably these are misled human beings that are stuck in the hot zone trying to find answers in a way of life, and they don't know what they're doing, and you need to save them.
That's a conflict of interest right there.
So
Do you
the
wanna
first
take
thing
it?
I think I would try is I would.
Well, first thing, do you want to
yeah,
accept?
I'll take it.
Cool.
And the first thing I would do is I would try to step forward and explain the situation. Tell them like no, this is a class 7-D size rift of
That's
extreme
awesome.
proportions. We need to terminate this as soon as possible, or the fate of the world, or this entire area, could be destroyed. This is
Okay.
not some sort of religious thing. This is an otherworld entity. It will destroy you. It will destroy your homes. You need to get away from here while we handle this.
It's destroy you. It'll destroy your cow.
Yeah, and the other
Think of
cultists-
everyone in your life that is important to you, and imagine them burning because of what comes through this. You do not want that to happen. Go home now.
Yeah, and I think the female, the other cultist, you see her like almost shiver in ecstasy, and she goes, "Don't you understand? That would be the greatest pleasure for all of us to finally become one with those that we worship. You don't understand. These rifts are never gonna stop. It's just a matter of time, and you should be on the winning side, even if that."
I'd like to interrupt her right there and just go with, "Lady, fish be whack, yo."
Can we make an aspect for you real quick, and some aspect of fish be whack, yo? Like, I really feel that we need some kind of aspect that's like that.
There, fish be whack, yo.
Yeah, and I think like what I kind of think with this, Zach, is it needs to be a when someone says something so fucking stupid or asinine, you invoke that. Like, it's basically you
That's the
are.
fist bomb.
Yeah, it's just like I've given up trying to use like intellectual knowledge with you. I'm gonna lower myself to your IQ level.
You pretty much.
Or actually, let me put a dash. Let me bring my IQ to yours. As like kind of like a side thing.
We're gonna bring this down a level.
Yeah. So I have another one just because I'm having fun with this. Seth, I want to invoke something on you. I want to invoke the devil made me do it.
Oh, okay.
You
I
can
was trying-
do it.
I was about to try and
done that.
invoke doesn't trust warp beings on Diesel, so that's fine.
So I want to invoke on you that you are the Dark Sun.
You're just gonna own up to it.
Ooh.
So I'm gonna step forward and pretend to be their messiah?
Yeah, I want the devil in you goes, this is a great opportunity. We are the Dark Sun.
That is very close, because what I was thinking was that I could just kind of let the devil loose and he would see these people as a threat. But if instead of a threat, he sees them as an opportunity,
He wants minions, man.
Yeah.
You are but a pawn, and if he can raise you to the king, and then have knights beneath him, his will be done, man.
If it wasn't a one shot, I think I'd spend a fate point, but yeah, all right. Let's see where this character goes. Let's take him dark.
Cool.
I was gonna keep walking the line, but you know I'm not gonna have to deal with the long term
Yeah,
consequences.
No
so
long-term repercussions.
It's not like
Cool.
it's Phoebus walking off a cliff, you know.
Yeah. So what do you say? The devil. Do it.
So they're waiting for.
The
A
one
sign.
will come.
This is the Dark Suns, right? Yeah. So they're waiting
Yeah.
for a sign.
So they're
So-
the purple on the map. You can see the cult of the dark sun, and what I'm imprinting for you real quick is that
Mhm.
the devil wants you to become the Messiah,
Yeah.
and keep this out there. That means you can invoke for the cult of the dark sun, the one will come as a possible option, or the none shall stop us. Like,
Okay.
remember,
So.
there's environments and an entity here. So there's Rift to Hell, the hooded figures, Power
Yeah.
Corrupts, the one will come, none shall stop us. And you can spend fate points to basically manipulate and pull them in.
So you know how like in DNA there's phenotype and genotype?
Yeah.
I don't think my genotype is changing that much. I still want to be like as in control as possible, but I want to, without saying anything, kind of step forward and let the phenotype of the demon come out. Like I want to look as otherworldly as possible. Like instead of my eyes changing, I want my skin to change. I want my size to change. Like I want to become demonic.
So you want to possibly take advantage of Power Corrupts as an aspect?
I'd say that sounds like it.
Say,
Well,
yeah.
I mean, if you're going to try
But
to
aren't
convince
you
them,
invoking something on me? So don't you have to give me a fate point, not I have to spend one?
I spent one on you to make you do this, but if you're
I
going
thought
to
I
actually,
got one when you did that.
I gave you one.
Okay. So now I will
But
use the one
now
you just
you're,
gave.
you have to go
super
through on what I told you. Like basically,
Okay.
you are now going to have to try to convince them. And what I'm saying is if this is how you are going to
Then
convince
yeah, I'll
them,
do the power corrupts.
you
and I'll
could
spend a fate
spend a fate point to take advantage of Power Corrupts through your character to basically let the demon show.
point. Yeah, that makes sense. I want to look as demonic as possible
Right.
without completely giving up control.
Okay, cool. Because ultimately, I mean, what I'm aiming for is that this is going to come down to a roll. This is it's a deceive probably.
I don't have that.
You,
Oh, I,
I mean-
do with +1.
I mean, so it's a deceive, and then you could spend the one I gave you to immediately bump it up by 2.
Okay, so I changed my modifier to +2.
Yeah, and I pulled the coin from you already.
Can I? Do I want to re-roll? If I re-roll, do I still get the +2?
Well, you already have the +2, so you'd have to spend something else.
Yeah. Could I do one of my
Absolutely.
aspects?
So you could probably pull off Devil Made Me Do It. You're still missing the high aspect, which you might be able to maybe like
Increasingly demonic or something?
well, I'm thinking like that's your high aspect,
Yeah.
like really.
Yeah. Okay.
So, I mean, cop with a demon hitchhiker, like invoke that shit. You know,
Yeah,
like if you
now
want
the
to
hitchhiker's
spend
driving.
another,
Yeah, I want to spend another, and I think I want to re-roll it.
Re-roll
'cause
it?
I got
Okay.
zeros and negatives.
so go ahead and do the roll with a +2 because you still get the +2
Yeah.
the Power Corrupts.
See if you do a shitty. Hey, considerably
Much
less
better.
shitty.
Yeah, that's a good roll.
That's a great
Um,
roll, actually.
Yeah, it's a good, it's fucking super solid.
No, I mean it literally counts as great on the ladder.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Cool, so they're gonna try to roll to see if you truly are the one, and think anything really is it's beneficial to this. Like they're not going to invoke anything in the world for them. So they're going to do their roll. 2. So you succeed. You don't get any bonuses.
Yeah, I don't get any style.
But yeah, maybe these are fucking chumps. They've never actually seen a real demon before, as far as things are concerned. And when you let your skin molt, I'm thinking like maybe your skin, instead of like going scaly or anything like that, it almost like Deadpool's. Like you almost get this like sallow,
Yeah.
like burn
okay with that.
empathy look to your face temporarily while in the light of the rift. And
Oh, it's like Pirates of the Caribbean. Like when
Yeah.
I'm in the light of the rift, I look okay.
yeah,
So it's kind of shifting across my face. I like that.
it's like flickering with the light of the portal.
Yeah.
Like you're letting the demon, the inner demon, kind of shine out.
Can I roll a... What is it? Would it be a notice to see if I understand what he's doing?
Yeah, I was gonna say like as I step forward, I want to like turn around and wink
Sure.
at them.
So, notice?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was thinking I would kind of walk forward. and I
Actually,
would,
this
like,
is investigation because you're
do it.
trying to
yeah,
understand
take a
something.
spin.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Because notice is just to see something. Investigation
Okay.
is to see and comprehend.
No dice.
So Diesel,
You think I have betrayed you?
Diesel, yeah, you totally see that the devil.
No, I'm gonna invoke doesn't trust warp beings.
To give him a higher modifier?
Yeah, I want to make it harder for him.
Oh, okay. Okay, so what this is going to be is that I think at this point, if you're gonna counter him, you need to roll a deceive roll to basically hide your true intent to them.
Oh no, I was thinking I could kind of metagame it because I was thinking like my character is trying to let them know what he's doing, but Steven, thought it would be funny if his. So I can I not do that? It would have to be my character tricking him.
Well, I mean, I don't think there's
I
There's
thought
no
that I could
negative
say like.
modifier. Like
Okay.
it's like you can't give a -2. So what you could do is you could roll.
No, that doesn't make sense because my character is trying to let him know that he's not serious. You know. So yeah, never mind.
But you are serious. I invoked that this is a serious thing. The devil made you do it. The devil told you that you are the one. This isn't
Yeah.
fake. You are trying to become the devil god.
Or okay. Well, how much control does he have? Because could I use that to? I guess it doesn't matter. All right. So what do I have to do?
What you do with the power is a totally different story.
Okay.
But right
Yeah.
now, as far as everyone is concerned, the deceiving, actually that's a better way. You rolled a deceive earlier, didn't you?
Yeah.
Where's that roll?
It's a 4.
It was a 4.
4. Okay, so that's a better thing. I would say that as far as this goes, you could spend other
Oh.
people like
Wait. So can we make Jay's character's roll a contested roll against my deceive?
right, that's what I'm gonna do. So he's
But
at
I made it-
-1 to understand.
Okay.
It was actually going to be a 4 to figure out what was going on anyway. But I think that's fair that you should be able to spend stuff. So
But doesn't he
to
get a
be
fate
fair
point?
though, no one gets anything yet. So here's how this works. So basically you have a 4, Steven.
Yeah.
So Seth has a 4, Diesel has a 3. If you want to spend points, either of you can. So as far as this goes, Diesel, this would be the really good time to do things like trust issues with Rift Beings, because this is fucked up. And maybe, I think what's going on is that if Steven beats you, you think that he's just doing this to convince the people to leave the portal.
Yeah, same impression I was getting.
But if you succeed, you know that he let the devil take over. So remember, other people can
Mhm.
buy into the point. So Steven, you could say, you know what, I really want to be caught. I'm going to spend a fate point so that
Oh, I would have to spend a fate point to say that I invoked the doesn't
because
trust.
you're invoking his fate to give him a
Okay.
+2 to beat your deceive so that he knows that you're letting the devil override you.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I don't want to burn a fate point.
Okay.
I
I'm
thought I
just
could
saying,
kinda
like
do that for free.
you can do it that way
Yeah,
if you
okay.
wanted to.
So do
You
I?
could create like Zach, you could if you wanted. Like you could give either one a bonus. Like if you wanted Jay to figure it out. I mean, let's see here.
I mean, so do I think that he's doing it just to get them on his, just to, you know, play the part?
Right now, you feel that he's just playing a role to save the people.
Perfect. That's all I wanted.
Okay. Then everyone here, Steven, believes that your buddies believe that you're doing this to save them, and you're really trying to create minions.
Okay.
That's your real intent.
The demon is trying to create minions because it wants minions. Maybe I can somehow control it to get minions to help. But probably, like, I've already lost a good bit of control, so we'll see where it goes.
Right, we'll play that out as we go. 'Cause, I mean, look at the number of Rift and Cult of the Dark Sun stuff. I mean, like, there's
Yeah.
lots here that I can still pull with. Like,
Well, I'm down with falling to the dark side. That's fine. I'll betray Zach and Jay.
So, are you done with your whole spiel there for a bit then?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure what's still going on. So yeah.
Okay, well
okay,
then I will.
here's what's going on. There are cultists worshiping around this altar, trying to bring about the coming of the One, the Dark Sun.
So I said I'm the one. You already.
And you,
Yeah.
I paid
You
you a
guys did your
fate
job.
point.
Good job.
I paid you a fate point to basically fall into your aspect of the devil made me do it, and you are now portraying yourself as the Dark One for devious means. Your allies believe you're doing this to save the people. The people are believing that the Dark Sun came.
When in reality, it's just a dark sun.
Yeah, and you are just one of many.
Am I good to go then?
Yeah, I just need to clarify.
Okay. Gotcha. Alright. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, herein lies the problem. Whatever comes out of there isn't going to be your leader, your ruler, your deity of sorts. As you can tell, he's already here.
I think there needs to be a roll to see if maybe they'll help you.
Rapport?
I think at this point, yeah, because you're running posse with the Dark Sun right now.
And it's dark and I'm wearing sunglasses.
That's cool. I'm game for it.
Okay. And so it's +2.
Yep.
God dang it!
They're gonna roll.
They don't believe a single thing I'm saying.
Ooh.
So they create an advantage. What do they create? Yeah, so they create an advantage on their defense. So they disagree with you so much that they're more fervent in their belief that they need to keep this open. Because while the Dark Sun may have already been delivered to them, his minions have yet to enter this world.
Well,
So they think I'm there as their leader, but there's more.
If you truly are the Dark Sun, then you must have lieutenants and generals and how are you truly able to channel the power available to you? I'm gonna say that one of the characters saying this. How are you truly able to channel the power available to you if the location, the conduit between your world and ours is cut off? We must keep it open.
He would shout. He'd be like, "Don't question your lord. This man is my minion, and what he says goes."
As you can tell, every important being always has some sort of squire, somebody to tell them about their deeds, to give forefront knowledge of their coming, as is my job.
They both the two cultists, they cower in front of you both and begin profusely apologizing for overstepping their bounds and understanding. And they say, we will begin attempting to collapse the portal immediately. Our lord and his lieutenant, just give us a little bit more time.
You will not attempt to collapse the portal. You will collapse the portal.
Yes, of course. We will collapse this rift for you. We will mend this. And quickly, like they just bolt down towards the portal and start like shouting at them to like hurry up with the ritual and to close the portal and blah blah blah. However, this is a rift to hell.
So something slips through.
Naturally.
And so some imps, some hell dogs slip through the portal while they're beginning to close it. So I'm going to bring up the hell dogs. Create everything. Add character.
I was gonna say, Versi, I don't think you have enough screen real estate for more people.
Well, it's a character sheet, so it's okay.
Because I'm so like demonic, can I say that the rounds I fire from my guns are like covered in witch fire, like evil looking?
Sure. Fuck it. Why not?
Cool.
Okay, so there are 9 dogs come through.
9?
9.
Didn't somebody say they had grenades? Was that you, Jason?
Yep.
So we need to do some rolls for combat. The last combat of the night.
So notice.
I believe so.
Notice. Let me wipe the remove all turns. Clear.
Whoa. Solid positive.
That was tasty.
That was gross. What you listening to, Zach?
Nothing. Just you guys.
Man, we all got some pretty good rolls. Holy crap.
Okay, so let's see here.
Hey man, I gotta do something right.
Yeah.
4.
God, you guys and your plus ridiculous.
Got 5.
Jason got 4 pluses.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
5.
You and I got 3.
He essentially nat 20'd.
Yeah. Just nat 20 that initiative roll.
Ooh.
Very worthwhile.
Let's see. Their impacts are 3. That's a plus 6.
I would like to play something like in Shadowrun. If you roll a 20 and somebody else rolls a 9, you get to go twice before they go.
Oh,
That's old school D&D too.
Is that how it used to be? I like that idea. Like if I
Old school
roll a
D&D had
36
initiatives like that.
and you roll a 10, I should totally get to go 3 times.
wait, why 3 times? Because you could just keep subtracting the difference, or
Yeah, you just like subtract. So like if you roll a 5 and I roll a 36, I would go 3 times before you get to go. Because I had just over 3 times what you rolled, you know?
okay. Wait, if you said
I
5,
think
30. You said 5 and 36.
like,
That's 7 times.
No, if we each have a character, right?
Yeah.
And you roll a 5 and I roll, let's say, a 16. Then I would go once, and now I have 11, and then I go twice, and now I have 6. So then I would go again, and I'd have 1, and then it would be your turn.
Dear God.
Does that make sense? Did I say that right?
Close enough. That means you just dump all your
Yeah.
points into initiative and just hope you just have a field day.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys rolled great.
They rolled better.
However, 2 of the packs rolled better.
They just
+6.
yeah, they just have a.
It's because these are mobs. So they
Oh,
get
okay.
they get basically 3 dogs per pack, and so they each have a +2. So combined, it's at a +6. Plus they roll.
All right, let's do this.
I'm not flipping. So the first 2, they are going to do their fighting.
Oh wait, do I subtract any of my like physical stresses from earlier? Like have those gone away or?
Yes, those go away.
Okay.
Any damage you guys sustained earlier goes away. Because it was only minor.
Yeah, unless it was like a permanent consequence or something.
Okay, so they succeed at insane quantities. Text, logs. And we'll just say that they gave this twice. So they immediately leap out and they start tearing apart the cultists that are worshiping, trying to collapse the portal at your will.
Yeah.
That was the 2 devil dogs. Diesel. Jay.
Right, so, assuming I'm going to throw my grenade, what is that going to be? Would that still be shoot?
They still shoot, but you get an automatic +2, so you can put the +2
Okay.
in there. Because you're aiming at a mob. And they have to do a defense.
Seven. Not bad.
Okay. Whoa.
So you essentially drop it right at their feet.
Yeah, I drop it between all 3 of them.
2 get blown away instantly. 1 of them doesn't.
Very nice.
So that is no longer a mob. So now it is a hell dog.
Yep.
So we've got 2 mobs with 3 hell dogs and 1 hell dog. For a total of 7 hell dogs. Were you writing this down?
There.
Oh,
So 2 are held dogs and 1's a held dog.
okay.
To make it visible to you guys. Yeah, so you quickly you have that grenade waiting. You are just waiting for it, and you quickly, as soon as you see those dogs leap into a pack and the person's screaming, in a moment the screaming silences, you chuck it and only one of the dogs barely gets away with severe burns from it. Seth. Oh, you get a Jay. You get a
style.
Oh right.
You did it with style. So what do you
What should we
think?
call it? Should we just go with Shock and Awe still?
Blast radius.
Who let the dogs out?
I like Shock and
That's a good one for me.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I am.
Almost there, Steven. Almost
Yeah, I
there.
know. After 11 o'clock, I'm so useless.
Dude, I haven't slept yet. You're fine.
Yeah, I'm a baby though. When it comes to sleep.
So yeah, we'll still call it Shock and Awe.
Chakana? Okay. I was gonna name it Give a Dog a Bone.
Bum 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 bum.
Okay, Shakana.
It's like, wow, you getting a lot of points there.
I get that. Because I technically mobbed 2 of them. Or 3 of them. Okay, cool. So you create a Shakana, Peter.
Wait, where'd I go?
You went.
Oh, I accidentally skipped you, Seth.
Yeah, he's.
I thought I disappeared. So, I have 2 ideas for what I want to do. You tell me what is less ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I want to either try and subvert one of these mobs of hell dogs to my will and essentially turn them to my side. I want to Wololo them. Wololo, yeah.
Yeah, he wants to Wololo him.
Or I want to Jesus with the pigs and essentially get one group of the hell dogs to like run off a cliff. I'm thinking I want to use my demonic side to try and
Try to will them into doing something.
I don't say that word though because I have bad will.
So you want to basically control them as a superior demon being.
That would be the dream here, but I'm okay with trying to just eliminate a group of them if you think it's overpowered for me to just be able to subvert control of a group of them.
Well, you're still gonna have to make a roll, and that's fine. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what rolls are for. Yeah, it's gonna be a will check though, because basically you're trying to overpower
Yeah, it makes the most
their
sense.
previous function. But you could spend points.
I don't have will at all. Can I? It's bullshit if I like change that athletics that I have in fair to will because I've never used the athletics.
Sure, fuck it. It's a one shot.
Okay, I like one shot rules.
You like when Sean just says fuck it to everything.
Yeah. So I guess I just roll a will and see how well I can do. I got a 2.
Okay.
So
And are you aiming at a pack of dogs or a single dog?
I was planning on aiming at the. Yeah, I would metagame and say I was aiming at the single dog, but before I rolled, I was going to aim at the pack of dogs. So I'll
I remember you
that.
saying that, so we'll
Yeah.
go with that.
No big deal. Whoa! So should I spend a fate point?
You do as you will.
I should. What do I have that I can do it with? Maybe it won't back down. So like, since it's stalemated right now, like the will is stalemated, I just kind of meet them head on and I pull through the resistance.
Yeah, totally. That sounds cool.
So I guess steal a fate point from me, and I'm going to utilize my incredible stubbornness to kind of bolster my flagging will.
So we'll say that
And I have a
this
score there,
lasts.
too.
So basically, I'm gonna take Hell Dog 4, and I'm going to basically skip them for one round. That's what you basically do is.
So if I had gotten a more complete success, I could have controlled them, but because I barely succeeded, I just kind of stun them.
Well, also because like technically I can invoke a bunch of things myself, and I
Okay.
don't want to just go into a coin war because I'll win, and then I
Yeah.
wipe you out, and that's useless to everybody in the enjoyment of the game.
Okay.
Because at that point, I'm like, I hear you're beating heart. The world must burn. None shall stop. Well, actually, that's the other one. Rift from hell. Like I can just
Is there
start
like not
invoking.
some limit to what you can do in a single like chunk? So it's just kind of how many coins you have. Okay. You
And
only have 3. How do you get more?
how do I get more?
Yeah.
Every single scene, I get a certain number based on the number
Oh,
of players
okay,
and things
okay.
involved. Like technically, I should have a little bit more, but it's still like towards the end of the game, and I don't want to just overcoin you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But like on the flip side, like there's still the opportunity. Like I'm sitting there looking at your character sheets, and I'm like, I got one for Zach coming up,
Yeah.
where I'm gonna compel him.
So now it's Peter's turn, right? 'Cause that's all I can
Yeah.
really reasonably do.
So Peter, I
Yes?
want to compel you.
What did you want to compel me to do?
I want you to be often overlooked, and part of being overlooked is not being seen. I want you to hide from combat for a round.
So I can't do anything.
For one round.
I mean, I don't have a choice.
Well, he can't be in combat, right? Couldn't he do
Someone else
something?
could buy it off from you. So like Seth or Diesel could buy this away from you. But
Do I need to have
otherwise,
do I need to have a justification
you'd have to spend
for
a
it?
point.
I can do that, but I need to have like a justification.
Nah, I'll go hide for a round.
Well, on the flip side is he misses one round and then he has a coin.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
I'll chill for one round.
Cool. So Hell Dogs 4, they don't get to go for one round because they've been overpowered mentally. Hell Dogs 8 though, they get to go. They're gonna go after another one of the dudes. Yeah, there's no way. I'm totally changing this to be still. Can't type.
I have that issue too sometimes.
There. That's even better. I love that ability. That's a really good ability. Be still my beating heart. Yeah, so
Oh yeah, I can't really read the red.
one of the packs leaps onto another one of the cultists. It's 3 cultists that were surrounding this thing are down. There's only 3 left now. Besides the 2. There's the 2 that you guys talked to, and then there's 3 now that are still alive down at the rift. The single Hell Dog though, it's gonna come up and it's gonna try to go after the person that threw the bomb. So Seth, Red Rover,
Bring it.
coming at you. Put a 0.
Is that
Not the best.
athletics still?
Correct.
Wait,
Actually, this is fight. It's melee.
Oh, well, I get the same bonus for both, so
That's fine.
wow.
-4 plus 2.
So this is a success. So you would take 2 damage. However, I'm going to use up one of my be still my beating hearts to bump mine up to a 4 or a 2. So it's a 4 difference. Are you taking it?
So does it still do 2 damage or 4 that time?
You do
then?
4 damage.
Which would kill you?
Well, he would take a consequence to have it not kill him. Or he can spend big
Let's
points.
see. Yeah, I'd like to invoke an aspect. I'll say I use my agent of UNEDF again.
Okay.
Military training doesn't quite involve fighting rabid hell dogs, but there's stuff similar to that.
Your
with,
experience
like,
to this as an
canines and
agent
that.
of the UNEDF, like your experience fighting weird extraterrestrial magical beings. Totally reasonable.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
So
So,
it's back
do you want to
to
re-roll or
2
bump it up to a 0? You can re-roll. You took all 4 net.
I'll actually reroll. Yeah.
That's what I figured you'd want.
On average,
Literally,
I'm
you
going
got
to
all
have a much
zeros.
better result.
Or all negatives, yeah. That is, if there's a time to re-roll, it's when you roll 4 negative modifier.
There we go.
Okay, so now you're
A lot better.
So, I think I'm not going to spend any more. But yeah, so it leaps at you, and right before it's about to bite into you, you swing your gun and you jam the gun straight into its mouth, and it starts like chomping on your gun, trying to get at your throat, and fails, obviously. Now it's your turn.
Alright, so while I was trying to do that, I will try to pull out like a combat knife and try to finish it off.
Okay.
So I'll do fight.
Fight. Yep. And it's gonna fight back.
Another good result.
Oof, 3. I'm going to spend a coin, and I'm going to take advantage that there is a rift to hell nearby to give it a +2, so that you only beat me by a 1, so it only takes 1 damage.
Okay.
So it's looking really ragged now. It's almost dead. This is the one that originally took the grenade and survived. So this one is at the brink of death. It's bleeding all over. Nasty, sizzling black blood onto your body. Seth.
I think I want to just rack my shotgun and blow a hole in the biggest group of dogs I can see. So is that +8?
The +4 is the one that's closest because you ran the +8.
Oh yeah, yeah,
with
you're
your-
right.
with
Okay,
your
then
mind.
yeah, I guess I'll just try and blow away the +4.
Okay, cool.
Oh shoot. +2. Do I wanna? Well, I guess I'll see what they roll first.
Two with a shoot. And attack.
Do I want to reroll?
You got mad coins available to you.
Yeah.
And you have a shock and awe available if you wanted to spend the shock and awe that Jay built earlier.
Shock and all lets me reroll, or is it just a +2?
That's a +2 only.
And that uses
Wow.
does that use a coin as well? I forget.
Yeah. Oh, it's free?
Because
No, I think I want to use a coin and re-roll, and maybe I'll add a final aspect to. I want to say something like finisher, like he likes to be the one that ends the fight. How do I phrase that?
how about Veteran of the Eternal Conflict as a
Works for me.
name for it? I mean, the demon inside of you has been fighting for eternity.
Yeah. All right, so I want to burn a fate point, and I want to re-roll my shoot.
Okay.
Slightly better. So they keep their 3, right?
Yeah, they keep their 3.
So I get exactly what I would have done if I got shock and awe.
Yeah, basically.
Can I
Okay, so
still
they take
use
1.
it? Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, you could totally use it to bump it up. Remember, you can use, as long as you don't use the same thing over, you can
It
use
just
it
means
to-
I would kill more dogs, right?
And technically, you would refund your shock and awe because you would roll with style.
Oh, okay, then definitely, yeah. I want to use shock and awe so that, how would I phrase it? I guess, I mean, it's kind of how it was before. They're a little bit over eager and they kind of are charging me, so I catch an extra one in the spray of pellets.
Yeah, so I think like maybe like you hit one, and as it's barreling, like it loses its footing and it tumbles, like the head one, and trips one of the others and sends it spinning a little bit. So you want to keep this, like, just keep the name Shotgun off for brevity's
Yeah,
sake?
either that or like hopeless fight or something. Yeah, I guess mechanically it's the same thing. That works.
Cool. Yeah. So they go down by. Let's see, that's Hell Dogs. So that's 2. Cool.
You just changed the initiative.
I know. They get bonus modifiers when they're in a mob, and when parts of the mob die, they lose.
Okay.
They lose initiative. Basically, it's 3-person stats all combined into one when they're a mob.
Gotcha.
So when they get killed off, there's 3 in a pack. Basically, their initiative is a +2 modifier across the board. So one of the dogs just died, and so it lost 2 of its modifier. So that actually means that they will go. They will lose a little bit of their turn. Peter.
Alright. So, I was hiding last turn. I am now not hiding.
You are not hiding.
So if you invoke something, does that mean I can no longer use that then, or?
Only if it's an environmental situation.
I meant for my aspects.
Like often overlooked. Like if you wanted
Yes.
to invoke it, you could totally do that.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. So I'm not going to. I just wanted to know.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So I want to shoot at the biggest, baddest pack of dogs.
Okay. That's the ones that are returning to the fight that Steven sent off with his demonic power.
And I want to. Is it a colon? Okay. Oh, so I can't use the purple because that's specific to the cult, right?
No, you cannot use them. They're specific to the cult. Actually, let me put it like this: if you were shooting at the cult, you could invoke them. But because the cult is currently not your enemy, you can't use them.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like if I was can't use the cult to affect the dogs, is what I'm saying.
Yep.
So the hooded figure. And I can use these after I've already rolled?
Yeah.
Okay, well then I'll just roll. And we'll see where that gets me. So I'm shooting at the big pack of dogs.
Okay. Oof, that's not allowed. I'm gonna invoke the world must burn to give it a +2, so you succeed by 1.
Well, I'm going to invoke power corrupts, and the fact that they think they can, because they've been phased a little bit by the one, and I'd like to also invoke You Can't Win on top of that.
Okay, so you would spend the coin you have to invoke Power Corrupts, and You Can't Win is free. So that would give you a +4, which would give you a total of a +5 over them.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, I'm just clarifying that's how it works, because the rift is an aspect. You have to spend coins for the rift.
Yep.
Cool. And then you spend You Can't Win. Now, technically, you would get a bonus back. Do you want to just keep You Can't Win
Yes.
there because you succeed the style?
Yes. It makes things easier.
Cool. So you rolled a 5. That would
Wait.
kill 2 of the dogs.
3. I rolled a 3.
3. I bumped mine up to a 2, so that's 1 above. And then you bumped another 2, and then another 2, for a total of 5.
Okay. I just want to. Okay.
Yep. I got you.
Just double checking.
Checking me though. Yeah, good on checking me though. So they drop a little bit as you pound out one of them, and it's almost it's a little weird. Your shot carries with it the purplish energy of the rift as it slams into the dog because you invoked Power Corrupts. Like maybe being this close to the portal is corrupting you a little bit.
Or being this close to Seth.
Yeah. Or both.
I'd look at
It
that.
slams into one of the dogs and it crashes dead to the ground in a weak lump.
Do I get a free action that I could do during this as well?
I mean, like, you can totally say shit.
Can I see?
One of the fun things about this is, like, you can, like, totally, like, say shit or, like, influence other things at
Okay.
the same time.
See, because I want to see that, and then look at it, and then like sniff just to see if I'm like starting to smell like a demon or something, or.
Oh, you almost do like the Deadpool where you take the gun and you put it near your nose and you, like, whip it to see if it smells like sulfur.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome. Okay. Peter.
I just win.
Oh, whoops. Dogs. They're going after the last of the guys. Well, that kills one of them. Actually, I probably should have considered all the cultists a mob just to make that easier in my head. Oh well.
They might have.
These two, though, they're coming right up to you guys. Peter, they're coming after you because you just killed one of their own. This is the pack that you just shot at.
Oh, wait. Was that what the 4 is?
No, that was the other group.
Okay.
So they're gonna roll. They only get a +4 because there's only 2 left. I'm gonna invoke Be Still My Beating Heart automatically. I'm not even gonna question that they're gonna go after you with the vengeance.
Huh.
7.
That's gonna be a bit rough. Go. So that's physique, right?
This is a fight.
Or fight. That's what it is. Okay.
Basically, they're jumping on you and trying to rip your throat out.
Gotcha. Okay. So fight. Oh wait, I need. Man, I'm a high.
6. You can invoke. You can't win to make it a 4.
So if I take 6, what happens?
So if you take 6, you suffer a severe consequence. Basically, something really shitty happens to you, and you take negative modifiers on all subsequent things you do.
Minus.
So you get that taken care of.
Okay, consequent. So I'd end up with a severe consequence, right?
Yes.
Because that says a -6 to attack value.
Mm-hmm.
Ouch.
You can distribute that. You can take some damage and make it a less valuable consequence. So like you could take like 2 damage to your physique, your physical, and then only 4 to take a moderate consequence.
Okay, I think I'm going to take advantage of the you can't win.
Okay.
So that
takes it down to a 4.
and then split that up 2 and 2.
Okay. So you take a mild consequence. They tear up your gun arm. Like it goes for your throat and you quickly like block the bite and it just starts ravaging your gun arm. So you get a minus. So bloody arm, I guess, would be your mild consequence. So now anything that you do that requires that arm is at a -2.
Gotcha.
Hell Dog. This is the one that was on Seth. Just gonna go ahead and go for you with a bite.
That wasn't on me.
Wasn't? What was that?
I remember I was like fighting with a knife.
Yeah, you were fighting the solo dog.
Yeah, the solo dog. That's what's still fighting you.
Okay. Well, you said Seth.
Oh, that's right. It was on Peter, not Peter.
Diesel.
Diesel. Yeah. So it bites at you for a 2.
I get it.
Tie. It's gonna use its last Be Still My Beating Heart to try to take you out. So it's now 2 damage against you, unless you spend. Well, you can't. So yeah, you take 2. So you could take
I got to
a
take that
minor.
too.
So you could take a minor wound, or you could take 2 to your character.
I'll take the 2 stress.
Okay, cool. And now it's your turn.
So is a consequence specifically worth 2 damage each stage there?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll actually drop the knife, pull out my pistol once it starts actually biting at me and getting some damage in.
Okay.
And then
Yeah, so you
shoot
pull
it
out the
with
pistol. That's the react. Oh dear God. That's enough to kill it. And you create an advantage.
Alrighty.
Text in blue.
Boom, headshot.
How about
Turning the tide.
we can do that one? I was gonna say you ain't nothing but a hound dog.
Don't we have more Presley concerns?
Turning the tide.
Steven's just like, no. No. No.
I'm not tired enough to miss that.
Okay, Seth.
How many hellhounds are left?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
Didn't he just
Um,
didn't he just jib the one dog?
Yeah, he killed the 1, so 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any groups of them, or are they kind of all scattered?
2 groups of 2.
Okay. I want to again just pump the shotgun and try and blow away the closest group of 2.
Sure.
You gonna use any abilities or?
Well, let's
The
see
turn-
how I roll with my shoot. Got 3. Wow. Straight zeros. Let's see how they roll. 3. So I can pull off. Can I spend a fate dice to do? I can't do Veteran of the Eternal Conflict again. Can I
No.
do that this fight?
You still have tunnel vision available. You have the turning tide for free. You could technically do the one will come because you are representing yourself as the one. If you want to spend a fate point on
I
that,
guess I would spend a fate point to do the one will come to make it a 5, and
That's
then
a-
I want to what?
that's +2. Yep,
And then I want to do Turning the Tide.
so +4. That'll kill
Yeah.
that pack.
Sweet.
And you
But-
get turning the tide back.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you get the turning the tide back.
Okay. So wait, not that I'm complaining, but it seems like the rules are a little unfair because if we have one of those, every time you spend a fate point, you can use one of those and get it back for free.
Sometimes, because it's only a +2 and you need a 3 to get it back.
Yeah, but if you use a fate point to get a +2,
You're still spending a
You're
fate.
still spending fate points.
yeah. But what I'm saying is you can spend one fate point to get a guaranteed +4 and then still keep that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you're.
But you're still losing coins.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Because I mean,
alright.
you notice how
There's still a cost with it.
Yeah,
is-
okay.
Is ultimately where it comes down to. And that's also assuming that I don't do something against you.
Oh, yeah, okay. That
Because
makes
if
sense.
I did something,
Yeah.
I've spent most of it because this is the
Yeah.
last round of combat, but I still have 2 fate points. Like, technically the dogs should, because I made a mistake, they should have something. Like, they should have, you know, like an aspect called the Hounds of War or something like that, where, you know, they should be able to, I should be able to spend points on them to overcome this and basically fight you and steal your coins. But I just fucked it up towards the end because I'm still learning the system and shit. So it's not as flawless a system as you might think it is. Because I might just do enough to make you, like, if you're at a +3 and I say, oh, I'm going to spend Hounds of War, I threw a coin and you lost a coin and a bonus for 1 coin from me. So I made you spend more resources to pull off 1 damage. So that kind of thing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. All right.
So okay.
That was
so I
tough.
just
Peter.
off. Oh,
Yeah, you off a whole boatload. There's 2 dogs left.
Alright, I shoot the 2 dogs.
Okay.
I'm gonna invoke. Yeah, no, we'll see what ends up first.
These are like evil-looking dogs, right? It's not like
Oh, they're definitely, like, they're extra gargantuan in size, slavering jaws. They almost look insectoid, like with like open mandible, like, you know, side jaws.
Oh shoot!
Some, like Resident Evil stuff.
Yeah. Okay, wait. I'm gonna re-describe this. Because I said my guy carries a bunch of guns, he's going to pull out the one in the other hand and use that one instead.
Sure. So that you don't get the -2.
Yes.
You're using your gun arm.
Yep.
Okay.
That's why he's using a bunch of handguns. So you can just keep like.
Yeah.
So that's like an old school pirate.
Exactly.
I am not left-handed.
Yeah. Exactly. So that's a 3 then. 'Cause we'll just say.
I didn't put the -2 in there, so that is what it is.
Okay, so it's exactly that.
Yes.
It's a 1.
It is a 1.
This is 2 of them. I don't know why it took so long for my rolls to go through.
2.
Not a success.
I'm gonna invoke Turning the Tide then.
Okay. So that does 1 damage. That would take it down to 1 hell dog.
I mean, I'm okay with that.
Okay. So it's 1 dog instead of just hell dogs. So it's going after you though.
Bring it.
1. So fight back at it.
Grr.
You actually create a thing.
We'll just leave Turning the Tide there again then.
Okay, no problem. Diesel.
Alright, well, we're gonna see if Diesel can do the last finishing blow with a shot with his pistol. Aw.
That's 1. It's not quite dead. You get a good shot on it, but it doesn't kill it.
You can still use Turning the Tide.
Yeah, you can use Turn the Tide. That would probably kill it. If you use Turn the Tide.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and use it.
Okay. So you blow Turn the Tide. And the dog dies.
Dog.
Poor puppers.
Woof. Woof.
So-
Woof. Woof.
In the aftermath, your ears ringing from the shots of gunfire. You look over the expanse at the blood seeping into the ground, the portal in front of you, and slowly from the portal you hear a chuckling sound come from within it, and the voice says, "This delay doesn't change anything. It's merely a minor setback to my eventual coming. And when that day does come, I will look to you all to be the first to burn with my black fire. And slowly the rift starts to collapse.
As he finishes, I say, "I'll be waiting."
We'll be waiting.
Yeah, always, of course.
Turn to my demon and say, "Did you catch his name? Like, how do we find him in the future?"
What was the name of the demon that your character in Hellgate went after? Azazel?
Azazel, yeah, Azazel.
Yeah, we're gonna say that it's Azazel just for a fun kickback,
Cool,
you
yeah.
know, thing.
God dang. Hey, I have his gun.
And just as a fun thing to end the night, I want to invoke on Diesel the there's no such thing as overkill, and I want you to kill the rest of the surviving occultists.
I definitely would have done that. So, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Basically, leave
I
no
gave
witnesses.
them a chance to get out of here. Now they all gotta be purged.
Yep. Awesome. So yeah, so you guys pull that off. You see that the storm begins to dissipate. But it still isn't fully correct. As you make your way to the extraction point, helicopters are waiting for you all.
How's our
Medics on
pilot
the-
doing?
He's waiting for you. He's waving you down, and he's trying to act all cool with his pistol, like he's giving you cover fire, but really, like, he's a piece of shit. And as soon as you guys get onto the helicopter, he gets down next to you guys, and he wipes his brow and he goes, "Oh, thank God! I thought I might actually have to kill something." And then he like leans over to Peter and he whispers, "I'm actually a pacifist." And we'll leave it at there as you helicopter off the ground back to the island.
I'm actually a pacifist.
Well, good job, guys. Thank you for letting me test out the system and see what that was like.
I like to.
A couple bumps here and there, but definitely an
Yeah,
interesting
it was
endeavor.
actually really enjoyable.
Yeah, I like D&D more, and I think I like Cypher more, but Fate is interesting. Fate's...
I think I'll be better at it after I read through the entire 308-page book.
I don't think I would want to play a long-term campaign in Fate, but it's fun for a one-shot or even like a couple.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
thinking like a 2 or 3 episodic story type thing.
Yeah.
What I was wanting to do with it was I wanted to set it up for specifically nights like this where I only have 3 people and I don't want to continue a
Well,
storyline where we could
also,
just
I mean,
crank out.
You got to think we were able to play a good amount even with learning all the rules. Like D&D,
Yeah.
you would need like a solid 2 sessions.
Well, it took an entire session just to make characters. We built
Yeah.
characters, learned rules, and ran a campaign all in one night.
And got stuff done. So yeah, I can definitely see the appeal of Fate. It's not my favorite. I like D&D more, but there's definitely strong points to this.
So, how do you actually get your skills up to, like, they go all the way to +8?
So there's actually a leveling system in this game. Like, if you wanted to do a long term, I don't know those rules.
Okay, I was
Do
just...
you ever need them? You know?
No. Not at
'Cause
least.
I liked it a
see
lot
this going.
just for, tonight was fun though. I think this is perfect for, like, you're right, like a max of 3 sessions.
Yeah, like what I kind of wanted to do is I wanted to set up like one shots where, like, in case Cloric didn't have something, we only had 3 people because Kira was sleeping and blah 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 blah. You know, the normal bullshit. That I could just pull up this and be like, all right, here we go. Do you guys want to play the characters you guys played last time, or do you want to play something different? And we can just run with it. You know, like, I'll keep the characters here in case you guys want to build on them more, change some things here or there, whatever. But, you know, play the same setting, different parts of the city, maybe a different story. I'll actually have a story written instead of, like, just ad hocing, like, Dresden shit off the top of my head. Like, did you catch the Dresden shit in this? Like, it was fucking pertinent.
I'm
I'll
okay
get
with
rid of
side
some of
quests though. I kind of like these little things.
Yeah, they're fun.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it's a little really, like, it's really exhausting to go through, like, some of, like, the really long storylines that I write for you guys.
And it can
But-
be like, I'm trying to think of a less negative term. I want to say like confining, but not in a bad way. Because if you're gonna be playing something for 6 months, you don't want to make a dumb fucking decision.
Yeah.
You know, you're a lot more considerate of things. But like tonight,
Well,
I
yeah,
didn't
you're
care,
able. You're like, fuck it, I'm selling my soul. Let's do this. You know.
Kind of like what Kiro did.
Kind of worked out too. Like,
I was just thinking about Kiro at the end of Chaos Gate.
Yeah, I mean, like, and it had technically worked out for your character. Like,
Yeah, so I
everyone
took the chance and it
totally
paid off.
thought. Yeah, everyone totally thought that you were not actually doing what you were doing.
Yeah, but if we were playing a year-long D&D campaign, I would not have taken that chance.
Right, and I think there's a little bit of fun to that. I mean, we'd probably pick the aspects a little bit more careful and shit like that. But I mean, the fuck it, it's a one shot. Let's just go. You know, like let's have fun.
It's fun sometimes.
Definitely fun.
I wear my sunglasses at night. Great, there's a skill. +2 to report.
No. Not I wear my sunglasses at night. It's dark and I'm wearing sunglasses. That's a Blues Brothers reference, not that ridiculous song.
It is a really funny song, though. By the way, the map is actually St. Petersburg, rotated 90 degrees clockwise.
Rotated is what messed me up. I was thinking of up as cardinal north.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's always how you fuck with it.
Yeah.
Me too.
Is you suddenly, like, rotate a map some different direction.
Yeah.
One of the other maps I was looking at was Vancouver, Canada, and I rotated it 180 degrees, so it looks like it's something from the East Coast, but it's actually the West Coast. So it's one of those weird things I was looking at.
That would have worked. Yeah. It threw me off. I thought it was northeast.
But yeah, I had a great time just randomly bullshitting this. I think it was fun. I'll be actually really excited to try this in real life at some point. I think that.
I think Fate would be.
I think this would be a lot better.
D&D I think works really well with Roll20 and Skype. Fate I think would be kind of cool in person because it's a lot more like if you fuck with somebody else in your party, I think it's a lot more rewarding if you can look them in the eye.
Yeah, and I think also like the fun thing with Fate is like you can be throwing coins at each other a lot too. Like it's like no, bitch.
It's almost like a board game.
I'm invoking this on you. You know, like you're not getting away with this. I'm not letting you weasel your way out. No, you know, like I think there's a lot more of that friendship. Bitchiness going on. Like it's like you're my friend, so I know that you're okay with me fucking with you. I'm buying coins in to fuck your life up in this story.
I mean, I was expecting more personally. If you didn't notice, I tried to blow my coins as quickly as possible so that somebody would do something to me, and nobody.
You didn't have as many conflicting stuff that I could really play with.
I was seriously just like planning on somebody just going challenge accepted, challenge accepted, challenge accepted, just all day long. Like that's specifically why I picked that one, was so that people would just pick it and just go with it.
Well, also once you play another time or two, we'll start to get a feel for kind of like when we should do those and how to make them in a way that they can, like, because that's a good challenge.
And I'll have
more.
I'll
use that
read
against you
more
a lot.
too. Yeah, I'll have read a lot more. I'll know how to basically limit those and
it's like
lead them.
You know, the first time you make a new recipe, like it might be pretty good, but you're gonna screw something up. So next time you just fix it. You know, you tweak it a little bit, and it goes from good to great.
Well, it's the follow the recipe, but know after you taste test it, it needs a little bit more salt.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I think it'll be a good thing in the long run. It's something I've wanted to play.
It's a good thing to kind of have in your back pocket, yeah.
Yeah, because the other one I keep in the back pocket is Dread, but that's not. You cannot play that online. It's just impossible. That's the one where you tell a horror story, and all the players have to pull Jenga pieces anytime they make a decision, and if they drop the tower, they die.
That's suspenseful.
It gets really fucking intense up to a point. So it's really fun because at a certain point, like, you get that one person where like everyone's trying to survive, and then there's that one person that's like, fuck it, I'll knock the tower over. And so they kill their character just to like save the rest of the team. So those are always really fun. But those are really fun with like a really big like human-sized Jenga set.
Oh yeah, the big ones like you see in a lot of hipster
The
bars.
Yeah, the ones in the bars. My dad has one. I actually have it in the trunk of my car right now, just so I can have it for game nights. Anyways, thank you all for dealing with the chaos of tonight, and me forgetting that Clark was going to be MIA, and Kiro not showing, and Nate being gone, and Stephen being a little bit late, and then me introducing a whole rule set that you had to learn ad hoc, and it was crazy, but I think
it
we had a
worked
good
well.
I had a good time.
Yeah.
It was fun.
I'll be
Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm useless after
yeah,
11.
I'll be excited to see where this goes in the future. I'm gonna keep some of the things so that I'm aware of them. Oh, I didn't mean to get rid of the Omega card and stuff. Whatever.
I want to play the villain next one shot. Seth Snow is fully fallen. Demon, yeah.
Alrighty.
Alright.
Catch you all later.
Yep. See you in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yep.
You 2 weeks.
Night, guys.
Night, guys.
Bye.
Hey guys, thanks for coming. Hope you guys had fun, and we'll catch you next time. Laters.